Chapter 3430, Chapter 504, Secret Treasure Set. Chapter 3430, Chapter 504. Secret Treasure Set, Chapter 504. Secret Treasure set the sight of Desolate Fury, Cross, and La Roja fighting in the air-stunned Gentle Snow and Scarecrow Fox's members. If it were outside the Eternal Realm, any Tier 4 player could easily achieve flight and combat in the air. However, in the Eternal Realm, where holy power was present in significant volume, even Tier 5 saints could not fly. At most, they could leap and propel themselves to a great height by relying on mana. Before reaching Tier 6, the only way players could achieve actual flight was by relying on gold combat techniques. In other words, players would have to be Golden Masters. 3 Golden Masters. Riverlight couldn't help but take a deep breath as he watched the 3 people fighting in the air. This number is probably already on par with what the various Apex powers have dispatched in their exploration teams, right? No, not even Apex powers can take out such a lineup in the current Eternal Realm. Ink Chilin said definitively. As one of Scarecrow Fox's vice commanders, Ink Chilin had access to a lot more information regarding the various Apex powers than even the average executive of upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Golden Masters were essentially individuals who had reached the extremes of a particular field of techniques, and even the various Apex powers only had a small number of such experts under their command. Every one of these experts was highly valued by the various Apex powers, and not even vice guild leaders had the authority to command them, let alone send several of them to the Holy World earlier on. Hence, in the current Eternal Realm, it was impossible for any single Apex power to form a team spearheaded by 3 Golden Masters. Were they always this strong? Similar to Scarecrow Fox's members, Gentle Snow also wore a shocked expression as she looked at Desolate Fury, Cross, and La Roja. However, part of why she was surprised was for a different reason. Gentle Snow was not a stranger to the trio. She had met them during Star Lake City's city battle, and she had seen them displaying strength superior to the average titled expert. However, it was also apparent that Desolate Fury, Cross, and La Roja had yet to reach the 5th floor standard back then, as they were a lot weaker than Chung Xian and Ambersol, who were both 5th floor experts. So, how in the world did the 3 of them suddenly become Golden Masters? Stop staring and start erecting the barriers. The 3 of them can't pin the apes down forever. Shifeng shouted when he saw that everyone was still idly watching the trio fight. It was true that gold combat techniques were powerful and could let players achieve extraordinary feats. However, using gold combat techniques also put a massive toll on players' stamina and concentration. Hence, these techniques were only meant to be used during crucial moments rather than continuously. Even Shifeng, with his advanced legendary mana body and Tier 6 concentration, could not afford to do so. Ink Chilin was the first to snap out of her daze. Immediately she commanded, "River, take action!" Hearing this, Riverlight and several other Scarecrow Fox members unfurled the Tier 4 magic scrolls in their hands and began chanting an incantation. In 3 seconds, multiple translucent barriers made of mana appeared across the battlefield and joined together to cover a 200-yard radius. These barriers isolated the Greystone Battle apes into small groups, and unless they could break the barriers using force, their hopes of escaping would be dashed. Upon seeing the magic barriers taking shape, Desolate Fury, Cross, and La Roja stopped using flowing space. Instead, with Desolate Fury at the front and Cross and La Roja attacking from behind, the trio began clearing out the trapped battle apes. Because the Tier 4 master barriers were created via magic scrolls, they were a little weaker than Tier 4 master barriers personally created and maintained by players. Even so, these barriers would have no trouble keeping the Greystone Battle apes trapped for 2 or 3 hours, which was more than enough cleanup time for the team. Everyone on the team had already reached Tier 5. Although the Greystone Battle apes had 4 billion HP each, Every member of the team could easily deal over 10 million damage with their skills and spells. If everyone focused their attacks on one particular battle ape, it wouldn't take more than a minute for them to finish it. Subsequently, in less than 15 minutes, every one of the 100-plus Greystone Battle apes died at the hands of Desolate Fury, Inkchilin, and the others. The speed at which they eliminated the group of mythic monsters was so fast that even Inkchilin, a highly experienced monster hunter, couldn't help but be shocked. Due to the intelligence of battle apes, defeating them was a very troublesome task. Normally, even a 20-man team of Tier 5 experts would need at least 2 hours to eliminate a group of 100-plus mythic-ranked battle apes. Yet now, thanks to Shifeng's group of 4, their team was able to speed up this process by multiple times. This is so satisfying. I know, right? Our grinding efficiency here is much faster than what we could achieve outside. I'm nearly at level 153 after this wave. After the last Greystone Battle ape fell, everyone was surprised to find that their experience bar had filled up by a small chunk. In the current Eternal Realm, players' levels and grinding efficiency were incredibly important. Not only could players equip higher-level weapons and equipment as their levels increased, but they could also afford to explore higher-leveled maps. Meanwhile, in the underground Crystal Palace, the speed at which players could defeat the monsters here was of utmost importance. As players could only stay in the underground Crystal Palace for a limited time, the faster they could defeat the monsters they faced, the more monsters they could kill during their 3-day time limit. This, in turn, would increase their harvest from the secret land. Jackpot! We hit the jackpot! Riverlight, who had gone to loot the Greystone Battle apes' scattered corpses, suddenly shouted, "Jackpot? Did a secret treasure drop?" "Crap! It really is a secret treasure. How are you so lucky today, Team Leader River?" Following Riverlight's exclamation, the other members of the team who had gone to loot the Greystone Battle apes turned toward him with surprised looks. It was true that the Greystone Battle apes offered lucrative loot as they were level 152 mythic monsters. Aside from dropping a bunch of materials and level 150-plus dark gold equipment, they also dropped god crystal fragments at a low probability. Even so, before Riverlight's discovery, nobody thought the Greystone Battle apes could drop secret treasures, the underground Crystal Palace's main attraction. Everyone was previously of the opinion that only boss monsters could drop secret treasures. How lucky of him! Shifeng was also a little surprised by Riverlight's discovery, though he had low hopes of such discoveries happening frequently. The Greystone Battle apes indeed had a chance of dropping secret treasures, but the probability of that happening was less than 1%. So, rather than grinding the Greystone Battle apes for secret treasures, Shifeng personally placed more importance on the EXP they provided. Even after evenly splitting the EXP among everyone on the team, Shifeng still saw his experience bar increasing by a visible chunk after defeating the group of battle apes. Moreover, that was after the God of Time's curse had already reduced his EXP gain by 50%. At this rate, he could catch up to the average level of players operating in the Crystal City of Secrets by the time he concluded his 3-day exploration of the underground Crystal Palace. While Shifeng was estimating how many levels he could gain in the next 3 days, his attention was caught by a pale gray bead with incomplete secret runes engraved on it. Upon taking a closer look at the glass bead on the ground, he couldn't help but be stunned. A secret treasure set? Quickly, Shifeng picked up the glass bead and took out a piece of 7 luminaries crystal to infuse into it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3431. Chapter 505, Empire Taking Shape. Chapter 3431. Chapter 505, Empire Taking Shape. Chapter 505, Empire Taking Shape. Is there something special about that secret treasure, Guild Leader Blackflame? Desolate Fury couldn't help but grow curious when he saw Shifeng hastily picking up a gray bead from the ground and appraising it. Likewise, Cross and Laroja also noticed Shifeng's behavior and paused their looting action, a surprised look appearing on their faces as they looked at Shifeng. Unlike everyone else on the team, the three of them had raided a World Mode Team dungeon with Shifeng. They were also part of the first team of players to have discovered the existence of secret treasures. However, even when the Courtyard of Space's final boss dropped 2 extraordinary secret treasures, Shifeng barely paid attention to them. Yet, even though the glass bead was clearly a common-ranked secret treasure, Shifeng was showing great interest in it. So, it was only natural they'd be curious about it. It is indeed very special. Shifeng nodded and smiled. If we can complete a set, we could even challenge level 160 World Mode Regional Dungeons. Level 160 World Mode Regional Dungeons. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, the trio couldn't help but look at the glass bead in Shifeng's hand with even greater surprise. While they didn't know how challenging a level 160 World Mode Regional Dungeon was exactly, they knew that level 160 God Mode Regional Dungeons were places where even Tier 6 experts had difficulty surviving, while level 160, Tier 5 expert teams could get annihilated easily. Going by the World Mode Courtyard of Space's difficulty, they could easily imagine how challenging a level 160 World Mode Regional Dungeon could be. However, Shifeng didn't bother offering the trio any additional explanations. Instead, he focused all his attention on the gray glass bead. During the middle stages of the Eternal Realm's birth, the level 160 World Mode Regional Dungeon, 100 Eyes Canyon, was one of the most popular places for players. Not only did the monsters there drop plenty of secret treasures and high-tiered skills and spells, but it was also possible to obtain the Lord's certificate from there. During the Eternal Realm's early to mid stages, the entire realm was in chaos, and only a small number of NPC towns, cities, and fortresses existed. Because of this, there were plenty of lands rich in resources for players to develop and establish a country of their own. The only problem was that these undeveloped lands were located far from any NPC strongholds, and reaching them required a lot of time, even with the help of legendary flying mounts. It might not be a problem if players only needed to travel to these places once, but the time players wasted on travel would quickly pile up if they had to make multiple trips. This was where guild cities came in. To establish a guild city in the Eternal Realm, players would need to have the Lord Certificate, and to obtain a Lord Certificate, players would need to explore and raid the 100 Eyes Canyon. 1. Normally, only Tier 6 teams could raid a level 160 World Mode Regional Dungeon, but there were exceptions to everything. In this case, it was a Tier 5 tank equipped with a secret treasure set. Secret treasures normally already provided a sizable increase to mana protection for players. Meanwhile, secret treasure sets provided an additional boost to mana protection on top of that. When Tier 5 players equipped a secret treasure set, even if it was common ranked, they could still have the mana protection of a Tier 6 player. Originally, Shifeng didn't place much hope on obtaining a secret treasure set. After all, even non-set secret treasures were already incredibly rare, let alone secret treasure sets. Normally, these sets could only be obtained from World Mode Regional Dungeons, such as the 100 Eyes Canyon. As for the underground Crystal Palace, Shifeng had only ever heard of secret treasure sets dropping from the level 160+ areas. Meanwhile, after Shifeng infused 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystal into the glass bead, the secret treasure stats were revealed to him. Grey Moon, Secret Treasure. Tier 1 Secret Treasure, Common, attaches to leg guards. Once attached, it can increase the wearer's mana protection by 13%. 6-piece set effect. Increases mana protection by an additional 30%. It's the Grey Moon set? Shifeng was initially stunned when he saw the Grey Moon Secret Treasure stats. Then, ecstasy filled him. He had heard of the Grey Moon set in his previous life. It was a very special existence among common secret treasure sets. It was also the underground crystal palace's most iconic secret treasure set. And what made the set special was that it did not have any class restrictions nor armor type restrictions. As a comparison, the combat-ranked Orichalcum secret treasure obtained from the Courtyard of Space could only be attached to gauntlets, which were gloves belonging to the plate armor category. Meanwhile, because of the Grey Moon secret treasure's uniqueness, it became standard equipment for the various powers' main forces during the Eternal Realm's later stages. Normally, though, the Grey Moon secret treasure could only be obtained from monsters roaming the underground crystal palaces, level 160+ areas. So, the fact that one dropped in the level 150 area was a pleasant surprise to Sherfong. If he could complete a set and let a tier 5 tank equip it, even if it was only a level 150 tank, he could begin exploring the Hundred Eyes Canyon right away. Here is the other secret treasure that dropped: Guild Leader Black Flame. At this time, Ink Qilin approached Sherfong and handed him the secret treasure that Riverlight found. At the same time, she couldn't help but grow a little envious as she looked at the Grey Moon secret treasure that Sherfong had just appraised. Before entering the underground Crystal Palace, they had agreed that they would distribute the loot based on individual contributions to the team. Although the Greystone Battle Apes had dropped 2 secret treasures, going by contribution rankings, both secret treasures would go to Sherfong. When the other members of Scarecrow Fox saw this, they, too, couldn't help but grow envious. However, none of them voiced any objections. If not for Sherfong breaking apart the Battle Apes battle array, they would have had great difficulty defeating the monsters. There was even a possibility they would get annihilated. Hence, Sherfong deserved to have both secret treasures. However, after Sherfong appraised the second secret treasure, he found that, while it might be a common secret treasure, it wasn't part of the Grey Moon set. So he handed it back to Ink Qilin and said, "You can have this one. There is a specific kind of secret treasure I want. If any secret treasure of that kind drops, I want priority over it. In exchange, I will give you a secret treasure of equal rank every time I exercise this privilege. I will also cover the appraisal cost. What do you think? Is that really all right?" Ink Qilin asked in surprise. With Sherfang's 5-man group's contributions, even if more secret treasures dropped afterward, Scarecrow Fox's group was unlikely to receive many. However, if they followed Sherfang's distribution method, Scarecrow Fox stood to get a lot more secret treasures. Of course. Sherfong chuckled. He did not care for the average common secret treasure. Even if players fully equipped themselves with independent common secret treasures, they wouldn't see a qualitative transformation in their combat performance. However, it was a different story for the Grey Moon set. Hence, he'd rather give up the chance to obtain more secret treasures and focus on completing the Grey Moon set first instead. As for Gentle Snow, Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja, none of them had any opinions about Sherfang's decision. It was especially so for Gentle Snow. She had received a lot of help from Scarecrow Fox during the past 2 months. So, even if Sherfong didn't suggest such a distribution method, she would have given her share of secret treasures to Ink Qilin. Subsequently, with the help of Sherfang's mana domain, the team rapidly eliminated the surrounding Greystone Battle Apes. After hunting continuously for 2 whole days, the team managed to eliminate several hundred groups of Greystone Battle Apes. Although the harvest they got from subsequent groups of Battle Apes was not as good as the first group they killed, their luck still wasn't all too terrible, obtaining 1 secret treasure for every 2 or 3 groups they killed. After hunting several hundred groups, they obtained a total of 142 secret treasures. Out of these 142 secret treasures, 106 went to Sherfang's group of 5. However, of these 106 secret treasures, only 14 were part of the Grey Moon set. To make matters worse, none of these set pieces could form a complete set. Every set was missing 1 or 2 pieces. EXP-wise, Sherfong was able to reach level 152. While Sherfong and the others were resting, Gentle Snow, who had returned after logging off to rest in the real world, approached Sherfong with a gloomy expression. Guild leader, I got in touch with Hidden Soul. TL notes 1. This was where guild cities came in. To establish a guild city in the Eternal Realm, players would need to have the Lord Certificate, and to obtain a Lord Certificate, players would need to explore and raid the 100 Eyes Canyon. I have no idea if this part is accurate or not, as this part was partially missing from the Ross I received. I just made a guess based on the context given, so I will come back to change it if it turns out to be wrong. 2. Secret treasure ranks. Common Dash, Combat Dash, Extraordinary Dash, Fantasy, Chapter 453. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3432. Chapter 506, Crazed Border. Chapter 3432. Chapter 506. Crazed Border. Chapter 506. Crazed Border. Has Soul logged out? Did something happen on her end? Sherfong asked, sensing something was amiss when he saw Gentle Snow's expression. Hidden Soul had entered the Void Saint's legacy land along with Gentle Snow. However, the two did not end up together after the city battle. Instead, Gentle Snow was swept into a special space, while Hidden Soul had been missing ever since. Just yesterday, Sherfong had deliberately gone offline to meet up with Gentle Snow and check on Hidden Soul's situation at the Star Lake Training Center. Initially, he had thought that Hidden Soul would have a mandatory online period similar to Gentle Snow, but it seemed that Hidden Soul was either busy in God's domain or had a longer mandatory online period, as she did not come offline at the same time as Gentle Snow. There's nothing wrong with Soul herself, Gentle Snow said before pausing. Then she took a deep breath and whispered, It's just that a concerning problem has taken place in the miniature ancient world. After the city battle, the system required all players in the miniature ancient world to stay online. Moreover, time there had been flowing at an astonishing rate throughout this period. According to Soul, for months had already passed in the miniature ancient world, and it has only just returned to normal now. Players are also able to log in and out freely now. For months. Sherfong was shocked to hear this. Throughout the many years he played God's Domain, he had only ever heard of players experiencing different time flows after getting trapped in certain special locations. However, he had never heard of an entire world getting sealed and having its time flow accelerated, even if it was only a miniature world. Not to mention, the miniature ancient world's time flow was accelerated to quite a significant extent, experiencing in-game 4 months in only several real-world days. This was truly an astonishing situation. The accelerated time flow wasn't a problem originally. Although the miniature ancient world's various powers remained fiercely competitive even after the world passage was closed, they reached a state of balance, Gentle Snow said. But as soon as the system lifted the seal on the miniature ancient world and the flow of time returned to normal, another world passage opened. The new world passage is very stable and can easily allow Tier 5 players to come and go. Moreover, after our miniature ancient world was unsealed, the location where the world passage opened up changed. It is no longer located in the Starlight Realm Sea of Giants, but a part of the Void Sea that is very close to several realms. The Void Sea. Sherfong was stunned. Wouldn't that make it a target of contention for numerous realms? The Greater God's Domain's various realms were located far apart from one another. Even Tier 6 players would have difficulty traveling between two neighboring realms. Not to mention, there were many undeveloped areas and primordial ruins in the Void Sea. Many of the Greater God's Domains discovered divine artifacts were obtained from these undeveloped areas and primordial ruins. Hence, experts at Tier 5 and above would typically head to the Void Sea to further their development. Because of this, the various powers operating in the Void Sea would typically build guild fortresses for their members to teleport to. Not only would this let their members save on travel time, but the various powers could also charge non-member visitors exorbitant entrance fees to generate additional revenue, killing two birds with one stone. The problem was that every guild fortress could only accommodate a limited number of players. Moreover, the materials required to build a guild fortress in the Void Sea were demanding and costly, so the various powers couldn't build as many fortresses as they wanted. However, it was a different story for a miniature world. A miniature world could accommodate many more players than a guild fortress. So, now that a miniature world had appeared in the Void Sea, one could easily imagine the turmoil it would cause among the various powers. Gentle Snow's face darkened slightly as she nodded to Shifeng's words. Then she said, "Many powers have already entered the miniature ancient world thus far. Not only are these powers frantically seizing the guild towns built by our native powers, but they have also destroyed many of our native powers. Currently, whether it is the Azura Mercenary Alliance or Zero Wing, neither is doing well. During the 2 months Gentle Snow had spent with Scarecrow Fox, she learned how intense and terrifying the competition among the greater gods' domain's various powers was. It was especially so for struggles involving multiple realms. When going up against the powers of multiple realms, even the greater gods' domain's upper-ranking hegemonic powers were likely to face destruction, let alone the miniature ancient world's native superpowers. It seems we will have to return to the miniature ancient world as soon as possible," Shifeng said, deciding to push forward some of his plans. If a guild wished to become an immortal kingdom and stand at the greater gods' domain's apex, the first thing it needed to do was to ensure it had a stable supply of fresh blood. Typically, when the greater gods' domain's various powers chose to recruit young talents, they would prioritize the geniuses of their homeworld first and foremost. This was because native geniuses were less likely to betray them. It would also be more convenient to nurture them in the real world. Everyone might be tied together in God's domain, but players of different civilizations were situated far apart from one another in the greater world. If a power recruited players originating from the same homeworld, they could be certain that these players operated in the same region as they did in the greater world. However, if a power recruited players from a different homeworld, they wouldn't necessarily be operating in the same sphere of mobile cities. They might not even be operating on the same interstellar continent. This would make managing and nurturing these players a very troublesome affair. The miniature ancient world was their civilization's miniature world. It served as a foundation for Zero Wing to establish a foothold in the greater gods' domain. If Zero Wing got eliminated from the miniature ancient world, he'd have to start planning for early retirement. Return to the miniature ancient world. Gentle Snow looked at Shifeng with confusion. "Can we even do that?" I have a way for us to go back," Shifeng said in a whisper. "But before that, we need to deal with things here." Returning to the miniature ancient world was not a problem for him. The Abyss Workshop certification allowed teleportation between realms. He also had the miniature ancient world's location saved, so he could use the workshop certification to create a world-breaking gate that linked the Eternal Realm and the miniature ancient world. The only problem was that he could only teleport up to 20 players at a time. But before returning, he still needed to obtain the heroic mark first. Otherwise, he'd risk other powers securing the level 155 floor master's first kill before he did, and that was not a risk he could afford to take. While Shifeng and Gentle Snow were having their discussion, everyone in the team suddenly heard the voice of Blaze Eye, one of the team's rangers who had gone to scout ahead. "Everyone, I found a mutated floor master." Upon hearing Blaze Eye's words, the eyes of the team's resting members instantly lit up with excitement. "Blaze, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Is it really a mutated floor master?" Ink Chilin asked in eagerness and doubt. The underground Crystal Palace's floor masters could be regarded as the biggest treasure of the secret land's every floor. And although mutated monsters were considerably stronger than their non-mutated counterparts, the loot they dropped would also be significantly better. "I'm sure," Big Sis Chilin, Blaze Eye affirmed. "Okay, send us the coordinates. We'll head over there right away." In the meantime, hurry up and set up a fog barrier. We mustn't let other teams discover the mutated floor master. Ink Chilin instructed. Quite a few teams had already arrived on the 4th floor by now. If other teams were to discover the mutated floor master, a battle of epic proportions was bound to ensue. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3433. Chapter 507. Mutated Floor Master. Chapter 3433. Chapter 507. Mutated Floor Master. Chapter 507. Mutated Floor Master Underground Crystal Palace's 4th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Shurfong, Ink Chilin, and the others arrived in the middle of a valley surrounded by a lush forest. Big Sis Chilin, over here! Blaze, I called out when he saw Ink Chilin arriving in the valley with the rest of the team. Then he reported, I have already set up multiple fog barriers in the area. I have also scouted the surroundings, but I haven't spotted any other players aside from those on our team. Ink Chilin scanned the surrounding fog for a moment before nodding. Then she asked, Where is the mutated floor master? The fog barrier covered a very large area. Not only did it work to obscure vision, but it also weakened the effects of perception-type skills and spells. Even if assassins and rangers got close to the fog generated by the fog barrier, they would have difficulty identifying the presence of monsters within the fog. It was also unlikely someone would suspect the fog covering the valley was the product of fog barriers, since it was common for large maps to have fog. It was why it was common for players to set up fog barriers in advance when fighting boss monsters out in the wilderness. It's just ahead in the nearby corpse site. That mutated floor master's perception is very strong, so I dare not get too close. Blaze, I said with lingering fear in his eyes. Big Sis Chilin, be careful later. That mutated floor master feels off. Even though I was using Eagle Eye to observe it from over 1,000 yards just now, I felt it noticing me. Yet it showed no intention to attack me and simply focused on devouring monster corpses. Its perception is that powerful. Ink Chilin was a little surprised. It was common for mutated monsters to devour other monsters, since they had already shaken off many of the restrictions the main god system imposed on monsters. Meanwhile, the more players and monsters a mutant devoured, the stronger it would become. However, even if a floor master had mutated, it was still impressive that it could perceive Blaze Eye from over 1,000 yards away. Thus far, even the Tier 5 legendary monsters they had encountered on the underground Crystal Palace's 4th floor only had a perception range of up to 300 yards. In comparison, the mutated floor master's perception range could be said to have reached the standard of Tier 6 divine monsters already. Subsequently, under Blaze Eye's guidance, Ink Chilin and the others arrived at a place littered with corpses. These corpses covered a radius of over 1,000 yards. The stench of blood in the air was so intense that even the battle-hardened members of Scarecrow Fox couldn't help but feel suffocated. Aside from monster corpses, many player corpses could also be spotted in this area. It was evident that the mutated floor master had gone around killing quite a few of the player teams that had arrived on the 4th floor and gathered their corpses here. Not good. When Ink Chilin saw the humanoid figure standing in the center of this corpse site, she instinctively shouted, "Retreat! Quickly! Fear! Trembling fear!" At this moment, the emotion of fear was vividly displayed on Ink Chilin's face. Unfortunately, before Riverlight and the others could react, a low and cold voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. "Not bad. So you did bring more food for me. I should be able to evolve with these additions." The moment this voice appeared in their minds, whether it was Scarecrow Fox's members or Desolate Fury's group of 3, unprecedented fear immediately colored their faces. A special intelligent life form. The floor master before them had already evolved into a disaster that could make the entire Greater Gods domain tremble with fear. Before Ink Chilin and the others could even scatter and flee, The figure in the middle of the corpse site had already appeared in front of them as if it had been there from the beginning. A human? Gentle Snow was a little stunned as she looked at the exquisite, doll-like beauty standing before their team. Rather than a ferocious monster, what stood before them was a beautiful woman wearing a white one-piece dress. The woman had waist-length silver hair, and the smile she wore on her face was warm and enchanting. At first glance, Gentle Snow failed to sense any danger coming from the woman. Damn it! Ink Cheelin cursed it out loud. Unlike Gentle Snow, Ink Cheelin looked at the woman floating before them with a pale and terrified expression, as if she was not looking at a peerless beauty but a ferocious beast instead. Special intelligent life forms. Such existences were exceedingly rare, even throughout the entire greater God's domain. Meanwhile, a representation of what special intelligent life forms could accomplish was the 22 taboos. Mutated Floor Master, Tia. Special intelligent life form, legendary. Level 163, HP 2 trillion Tia. The mutated Floor Master before them might not have reached the Tier 6 divine rank, and even her level was only at 163, but she was already an undefeatable existence for Tier 5 players like them. The reason for this was not simply because Tia possessed insurmountable basic attributes. Besides that, she also possessed saint-level control over mana due to her being a special intelligent life form and the ability to steal the skills and spells of the players she devoured. Combined with her computing speed that vastly surpassed that of players, her existence alone could rival an army of magical class saints. The system really isn't making things easy for me. Sure Fong wryly smiled as he looked at the special intelligent life form before him. Special intelligent life forms were existences that players should do their best to steer clear of in the greater God's domain. Even though Tia was only a newly born special intelligent life form, she could already rival dragons of the same tier and level in terms of overall strength. All of you, become my food, Tia said as she waved a finger around in the air. Suddenly, everyone present experienced a feeling of suffocation, and even Sherfong was no exception. This was because the mana within a 1,000-yard radius had been drawn to form multiple magic arrays of massive size. Tier 5 spell, Dimensional Wind. Over a dozen instances of dimensional wind appeared around the team simultaneously, one for every member of the team. In Tia's hands, the triple and quadruple casting methods regarded by players as incredibly challenging were nothing but a joke. Subsequently, over a dozen dimensional blades could be seen flying at every member of the team, each blade being several hundred meters in size. Faced with these devastating dimensional blades, even the highly experienced members of Scarecrow Fox felt despair. After all, Dimensional Wind was originally already a large-scale destruction spell. A Tier 5 Saint-ranked Elementalist could, at most, silent cast one instance. Yet, Tia had cast over a dozen instances simultaneously. How were they even supposed to fight such an existence? It seems a big investment is unavoidable. When Sherfong saw the humongous dimensional blades targeting everyone in the team, he stopped withholding his cards and injected 6,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal into the Feather of Oath, summoning 6 level 162. Tier 5 War Goddesses. Tier 5 War Goddesses. When the 6 War Goddesses appeared, even Desolate Fury, Cross, and Laroja, who had previously seen Sherfong summoning War Goddesses, couldn't help but be stunned. The degree of shock they experienced from seeing the 6 Tier 5 War Goddesses was no less than what they experienced when they first saw the mutated Floor Master. Is this why Abyss Water apologized? When Ink Cheelin saw the 6 War Goddesses, she suddenly realized why Abyss Water had so decisively apologized to Sherfong, despite being a Vice Guild leader of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. Before Ink Cheelin could snap out of her daze, the 6 War Goddesses had already started attacking the approaching dimensional blades using the various weapons they wielded. Boom! In the blink of an eye, every dimensional blade was snuffed out of existence, the collision between the dimensional blades and the war goddess's weapons drawing a dark curtain over the valley. At first glance, it looked as if someone had punctured a hole in the sky, the hole measuring over 1,000 meters in radius. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3434. Chapter 508, Magic and Combat Techniques. Chapter 3434. Chapter 508, Magic and Combat Techniques. Chapter 508, Magic and Combat Techniques. Is this the might of the war goddesses? We're saved. Everyone was shocked and excited by the 6 war goddesses' performance. Originally, their team stood no chance whatsoever against the mutated floor master. This was because a special intelligent life form had an overwhelming advantage over players, and this could be seen by how effortlessly Tia had cast over a dozen tier 5 spells simultaneously. It was simply unthinkable for players to defeat a special intelligent life form of the same tier. But now, with the 6 tier 5 war goddesses on their side, killing the mutated floor master would no longer be a dream. There was a real chance they could accomplish the unthinkable. Don't relax just yet. These war goddesses can only stay summoned for a limited time. If we can't finish the battle quickly, we will still be doomed, Sherfong said, reminding his excited teammates that they had yet to win the battle. The summoned war goddesses only had a duration of 3 hours, while the Feather of Oath's war goddess summoning skill didn't have a cooldown. Each war goddess had a hidden summoning cooldown of 1 natural day. So, even if he had 7 luminaries crystals to spare, he couldn't summon them limitlessly. Upon hearing Sherfang's words, everyone promptly calmed down. The ability to summon 6 war goddesses was indeed amazing, but there was no way such an amazing ability would have no restrictions. Otherwise, it'd be too heaven-defying. And although Sherfong did not mention how long the war goddesses could stay summoned specifically, they probably couldn't stay summoned for very long. Meanwhile, it definitely wouldn't be an easy task to deplete Tia's 2 trillion HP within a limited time. They would need to deal a minimum of 40 billion damage every 5 seconds just to overcome the mutated floor master's battle recovery. Even if Tia simply stood still and let them bombard her with attacks, killing her would still be a challenge. What do you suggest we do? Guild leader Black Flame. Ink Chilin asked via the team chat while keeping her eyes focused on Tia, who didn't look to be in a hurry to take further action. We'll have to heavily injure her. Otherwise, we will just die from exhaustion, Sherfong said as he looked at the mutated floor master. The war goddesses will work together to give her a heavy blow, but we must buy time for them. They cannot be disturbed throughout the preparation process. The reason the Feather of Oath was regarded as one of the Goddess of Space's prized possessions was not because of the war goddess's individual combat capabilities. Instead, it was because of a combination gold combat technique the 12 summoned war goddesses could use together. According to rumors, when 12 Tier 6 war goddesses used this combination technique, they could even heavily injure a primordial god. Although Sherfong could only summon 6 Tier 5 war goddesses right now, the combination technique they used should be enough to heavily injure a Tier 5 special intelligent life form. So long as Tia was heavily injured, not only would her basic attributes plummet, but she would also lose her battle recovery ability. Coupled with the attacks of the 6 war goddesses, their team would have a real chance of killing Tia. Otherwise, with Tia's HP and their limited time and manpower, it simply wouldn't be possible for them to take down the mutated floor master. If it's just guarding the war goddesses for a short time, we can totally do that, Inkchilin said very confidently. But for how long do we need to protect them exactly? A little over 10 seconds, Sherfong estimated. During this time, Tia will definitely attack us relentlessly. Just over 10 seconds. Inkchilin breathed a sigh of relief. Then, while holding her shield, she said, "Then I am 100% confident I can protect them." My shield's boundary defense can neutralize all hostile attacks within an area for 20 seconds. I can even tank multiple divine monsters throughout this duration. Okay. Nodding, Shifeng said, I am bound to be Tia's priority target as the summoner, so I cannot stay near the war goddesses. I will find an opportune moment to have the war goddesses prepare their combination attack, but once they start their preparation, I will have to leave them in your hands. After saying so, Shifeng promptly distanced himself from the war goddesses. Otherwise, Tia could simply focus all her attacks on one location, and the war goddesses would not have any opportunities to prepare their combination attack. I don't know what you are trying to do, but do you think you can escape from me? Tia nonchalantly said as she glanced and pointed a finger at Shifeng, who was executing flowing space to leave the battlefield. Suddenly, space and time seemed to have become frozen, and several dozen magic arrays appeared around Shifeng. When Shifeng saw the magic arrays that had appeared around him, he quickly recognized two threefold magic arrays, and he couldn't help but curse at the players responsible for feeding the Tier 5 curses, Spatial Garden, and Time Arc to Tia, even with his basic attributes reaching the Tier 6 standard. Shifeng still found himself immobilized due to the effects of the two triple cast curses, and he could only watch as several dozen Tier 5 offensive spells targeted him. Attack! Shifeng didn't dare to drag things out any longer, and immediately called for the war goddesses to start preparing their attack. At the same time, he activated Fluctuating Law, constructing a world barrier around himself that protected him from the bombardment of spells. Following Shifeng's command, the 6 war goddesses gathered together and closed their eyes to meditate, isolating their minds from their surroundings. At first glance, it didn't look like the war goddesses were doing anything. Unfortunately, Tia immediately sensed the danger the war goddesses posed to her and raised one of her hands. Then, everyone on the battlefield lost access to their 5 senses. However, this state lasted for only an instant. Then, once everyone recovered their 5 senses, they saw hundreds of meteorites appearing in the sky. The meteorites were massive, each having a radius of several thousand meters. Moreover, every meteorite was inscribed with divine runes, and their mere presence caused the surrounding space to collapse. Tier 5 Curse, Starry Rhapsody. Tia's Starry Rhapsody was stacked more than 10 times, and just its activation depleted the mana in a 10,000-yard radius. Everyone felt suffocated due to the lack of mana around them, and the sight of the descending meteorites instilled an indescribable sense of terror in them. So, this is a special intelligent life form. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield could feel the approach of death. They also came to understand why special intelligent life forms had the potential to grow into existences regarded as taboo by the entire greater God's domain. Meanwhile, when Ink Qilin saw the descending meteorites, she instinctively activated her Tier 5 Legacy Berserk Skill Hero's Heart, increasing all her basic attributes by 150% and defensive skill effects by 200%. Boundary Defense. Suddenly, a barrier that blocked everything appeared with Ink Qilin at its center, covering a radius of 50 yards. Boom! 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 A moment later, the descending meteorites began bombarding Ink Qilin's boundary defense one after another, the resulting shockwaves turning the entire battlefield into a dark void and sending tremors across the underground Crystal Palace's 4th floor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3435, Chapter 509, War Goddesses vs. Tia. Chapter 3435, Chapter 509, War Goddesses vs. Tia. Chapter 509. War Goddesses vs. Tia. Following the meteorite bombardment, the lush valley that was shrouded in mist transformed into a desolate wasteland shrouded in dust and smoke. As the dust gradually settled, a small area of distorted space could be seen in the middle of the valley. The space in this area looked like shattered glass, cracked and falling apart. Inside the shattered space, Inkchilin and 6 war goddesses stood unharmed. But despite Inkchilin successfully stopping the mutated Floor Master's devastating attack, Riverlight and the other Scarecrow Fox members couldn't help but be stunned. The spatial barriers are cracked. How is this possible? This is the Vice Commander's strongest defensive skill. Riverlight and the Scarecrow Fox members could not believe their eyes when they saw the layers of cracked barriers surrounding them. Inkchilin's legendary shield was a special item, along with her legendary spear. The 2 items made up the legendary Frost Guardian set. Because of this, the shield was much stronger than the average legendary shield. Normally, if Inkchilin used boundary defense with Hero's Heart active, the legendary shield skill could easily stop even the attacks of Tier 6 divine monsters for its full 20-second duration. But now, Tia had cracked Inkchilin's boundary defense to a significant extent with just 1 attack. At this rate, 2 or 3 more attacks of similar caliber would be enough to shatter the barrier entirely. At this moment, Inkchilin's expression had also turned solemn as she looked up at Tia in the sky. The destructive power of just 1 meteorite was not enough to overcome her boundary defense's defensive limit, but the continuous bombardment depleted the barrier's mana reserve faster than she could replenish it. Hence, the barrier ended up cracking. However, before Inkchilin and the others could react, Tia lifted her hand and covered the sky with numerous large magic arrays once again. Tier 5 Curse, Gravity Flood. Suddenly, walls of darkness descended from the magic arrays and fell onto Inkchilin and the others. In the blink of an eye, a black sphere had formed around Inkchilin and the others, the sphere continuously compressing the spatial barriers of Inkchilin's boundary defense. Boom! With a loud bang, the space enveloped within the black sphere turned into nothingness. Even though Inkchilin's boundary defense had already started to recover some of its mana reserves after losing a significant portion to Tia's Starry Rhapsody, the rate of replenishing wasn't fast enough to refill everything before Tia's follow-up attack struck. As a result, the spatial barriers that surrounded Inkchilin and the others shattered thoroughly after defending against Tia's gravity flood. As expected of a special intelligent life form, I didn't think it was even possible to use gravity flood in such a way. Sherfong, who was busy dodging the magical projectiles Tia was constantly sending his way, couldn't help but be amazed by the display of magical prowess he just saw. If he were on the receiving end of Tia's multi-folded gravity flood, he would have never been able to survive it, even with fluctuating law. Only a specialized tank such as Inkchilin could do so. Your barrier's gone now, so stop struggling and become my food, Tia indifferently said as she waved her hand once more. Immediately, void chains emerged out of nowhere, threatening to envelop Inkchilin and the others. Upon seeing these chains, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Tier 5 Superspell Law Imprisonment. Over 1,000 void chains extended toward Inkchilin and the others, each one carrying enough power to match the meteorites Tia had previously summoned. These chains also possessed incredible speed. Combined with their numbers, it would be impossible for Inkchilin and the others to dodge and block them completely. Just as the void chains were about to reach Inkchilin and the others, the 6 war goddesses suddenly opened their eyes in unison. At this moment, the 6 war goddesses felt like they were of one body. Good. Attack! When Sherfong saw the war goddesses completing their preparations, he promptly gave the command to attack. Suddenly, the intensity of the 6 war goddesses' auras increased substantially. At the same time, the phantom of a war goddess appeared behind them, the phantom measuring over 100 meters in height. As soon as the phantom war goddess appeared, the void chains that threatened to envelop Inkchilin and the others shattered and faded out of existence. Then, before Tia could react, the phantom war goddess threw a golden spear at her. The golden spear was like a lightning bolt, piercing through space and time in a flash. Even as a Tier 5 special intelligent life form, Tia failed to react to the attack, her heart pierced by the golden spear before she could even blink. Meanwhile, after the golden spear pierced Tia's heart, the intensity of the mutated floor master's aura rapidly weakened, and even her maximum HP plummeted. We did it! We really did it! Everyone grew ecstatic when they felt Tia's aura waning. The strength that Tia demonstrated could not be described as anything other than terrifying. If it weren't for the war goddess's timely intervention, they would have most certainly died to the mutated floor master's law imprisonment. "Don't let your guard down," Sherfong shouted as he looked at his relieved teammates. Then he ordered, "We must attack the boss with everything we got starting now. The 6 war goddesses will support us from the side. We must kill the boss before she recovers." The war goddesses might have heavily injured Tia, but the mutated floor master's maximum HP remained at an astonishing 1 trillion. She also had incredible defense. So, even if Tia were without battle recovery, it still wouldn't be easy to kill her. Moreover, the war goddesses could only use their combination technique once, so they couldn't heavily injure Tia again. Hearing Sherfang's words, everyone quickly settled down and began pulling out all their cards. Starting from Ink Qilin and Desolate Fury, the 2 tanks charged at the mutated floor master while activating their respective taunt skills, the former using War Horn while the latter using Furious Roar. With the activation of these 2 skills, Tia had no choice but to focus her attention on them. However, after entering a heavily injured state, not only did Tia lose her ability to fly, but she also lost her terrifying spellcasting capabilities. No longer could she cast multifolded spells. The best she could do was cast a dozen or so single-folded tier, 5 spells at a time. Now that Tia could only cast ordinary tier, 5 spells, Ink Qilin and Desolate Fury didn't even need to defend against them. This was because River Light could negate all of them easily with his cleric spells. Meanwhile, once Ink Qilin and Desolate Fury got close to Tia, the mutated floor master had no choice but to start moving her body to defend herself against the 2 tanks' attacks. However, even while heavily injured, Tia still retained enough strength to repel Ink Qilin and Desolate Fury, her physical punches taking over 20% of Ink Qilin and Desolate Fury's HP, even when striking on the 2 tank shields. Moreover, Tia would send at least 3 or 4 punches every time, so even when Ink Qilin and Desolate Fury shared the burden between them, their HPs kept fluctuating at a precarious threshold. After watching the 2 tanks fight for a moment, the 6 war goddesses and everyone else began their attack on Tia. The 6 war goddesses shined dazzlingly as they attacked Tia together. They were able to accurately grasp the weaknesses in Tia's defenses and deliver critical blows every time, each blow plundering over 60 million HP from the mutated floor master. Meanwhile, Sherfong dealt over 50 million damage with every attack, while Gentle Snow, with the help of her legendary weapons, caused over 40 million damage with her Tier 5 skills. As for everyone else, they dealt about 30 million damage on average with their Tier 5 skills and spells. 99%, 98%, 97%. Even though Tia was a special intelligent life form, her HP still rapidly decreased under everyone's attacks. After more than an hour of non-stop attacking, quickly, we only have 7% to go. 6%. By the time Tia's HP dropped to 5%, she had fully recovered from her heavily injured state, and a furious expression appeared on her previously indifferent face. With just a wave of her hand, she sent Ink Qilin and Desolate Fury, who were using shields to defend themselves, flying over 100 yards, reducing their HP by more than 90%. You insolent ants! It's the end of the line for you. Tia suddenly raised both hands, causing a mana surge to occur in a 10,000-yard radius. It was obvious she intended to use her ultimate move to kill everyone in one fell swoop. How could this be? River Light despaired as he looked at the magic arrays that blotted the sky. At a glance, there was a minimum of 100 Tier 5 curses being cast simultaneously. Tier 5 curses were strong enough to rival Tier 6 spells. Even Tier 6 divine monsters would suffer if they were struck by over 100 Tier 5 curses. When Sherfong saw the magic arrays in the sky, he took out the Feather of Oath once more. This time, rather than inject 7 luminaries crystals into the Feather of Oath, he injected a god crystal instead. Heroic Pledge. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3436. Chapter 510. 1-star heroic mark. Chapter 3436. Chapter 510. 1-star heroic mark. Chapter 510. 1-star heroic mark. As soon as Sherfong activated heroic pledge, the shattered rocks scattered across the valley began to float into the air. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, causing these floating rocks to fall back onto the ground. Subsequently, a spear-wielding war goddess, the origin of the terrifying aura, rose into the air. Then, the spear she wielded transformed into numerous beams of light that collided with the Tier 5 curses descending from the sky. Boom! 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 When the beams of light and Tier 5 curses collided, blinding light spread from the sky above the valley, and the sound of explosions echoed for tens of thousands of yards. The earth also trembled, and fissures measuring thousands of yards formed. Before the explosions even ceased, the spear-wielding war goddess appeared in front of Tia and swept her spear at the mutated floor master. Boom! A dark void encompassing a radius of over 100 yards formed in the sky as Tia blocked the spear with her forearms. However, she failed to neutralize the force behind the war goddess's spear, and she ended up getting sent flying dozens of yards backward and losing a visible chunk of her HP. Not giving Tia any time to reorient herself, the spear-wielding war goddess followed up her attack with an unrelenting assault. Even though Tia had already recovered to her peak state, she could just barely defend herself using Tier 5 defensive curses. Even then, her HP still continued to decline. 5%, 4%, 3%. Incredible. Sherfong couldn't help but be amazed when he saw how Tia was forced into a passive state. Even though Tia was only at the Tier 5 legendary rank, her being a special intelligent life form allowed her to fight Tier 6 divine monsters in a direct confrontation. In fact, the average divine monster would find themselves on the losing end if their level was the same as Tia's. Yet, in front of a Tier 6 war goddess, Tia performed no better than a child trying to fight an adult. Even with the ability to cast dozens of Tier 5 defensive curses simultaneously, Tia failed to adequately defend herself against the Tier 6 war goddess's assault. Meanwhile, after executing a series of several dozen attacks, the war goddess's spear suddenly trembled amidst the void. Then, the weapon transformed into a river of stars that obliterated everything in its path. Tier 6 skill Galaxy Burst. The river of stars crashed into Tia one time after another, each collision plundering 1% of her HP. On the third collision, Tia's HP fell to 0, and her body fell out of the sky and crashed into the valley below. Is she dead? Everyone fell into a daze when they saw Tia suddenly falling out of the sky and the numerous magic arrays in the sky fading out of existence. It should be known that only a few seconds had passed from when the war goddess rose into the air to block all of Tia's Tier 5 offensive curses to when the war goddess killed Tia. Tia's strength was evident to all. Even a Tier 5 dragon would not be her match. Yet, the mutated floor master was thoroughly outclassed by the Tier 6 war goddess. Who is this person? Riverlight was at a loss for words as he looked at Sherfong standing in the distance. A Tier 6 war goddess. A combatant of such caliber could rank amongst even the greater gods' domain's apex existences, let alone the eternal realm. Not even pseudo-apex powers would want to provoke such an existence. At this time, Ink Qilin also wore a complicated expression as she looked at the Tier 6 war goddess in the air. Originally, she thought that their two groups were in a mutualistic relationship. She felt that while Shifeng's group might be powerful, they still needed Scarecrow Fox's help in the underground Crystal Palace. However, by the looks of things, it seemed she was sorely mistaken. With the help of the Tier 6 war goddess, Shifeng could easily sweep through the entire underground Crystal Palace's 4th floor. Of course, what Ink Qilin did not know was that the Tier 6 war goddess had a short duration of 30 minutes. 30 minutes might be enough to finish off a near-death Tia, but it would be a different story if Tia was still at full HP. Regardless, following Tia's death, everyone on the team received enough EXP to level up at least once. Then, a series of system notifications rang in their ears. System, congratulations! You have slain a floor master, rewarding 50 Crystal City of Secrets reputation points and 10 free legacy skill points. System, congratulations! You have secured the first kill of the 4th floor's floor master. You have received the Underground Crystal Palace Explorer title. All basic attributes will be increased by 3% when you enter the Underground Crystal Palace in the future. Although the first kill rewards were attractive, everyone couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Tia's loot. Setting aside Tia's status as one of the Underground Crystal Palace's floor masters, just her status as a special intelligent life form already made it impossible for anyone present to guess what kind of loot she could drop. After all, not even apex powers could kill the greater god's domain's taboo existences. As expected of a special intelligent life form, these drops are simply astounding. Shifeng couldn't help but be astounded by the 18 items Tia dropped. Normally, the floor master of the Underground Crystal Palace's 4th floor would only drop several items when killed, and the best loot it could drop was combat-ranked secret treasures. Moreover, only a maximum of 1 could drop each time. But now, Tia had dropped 16 secret treasures, of which 9 were combat-ranked and 7 were common-ranked. In addition, among the combat-ranked secret treasures dropped, there was even the Ice Crystal set, which was famous throughout the Eternal Realm during Shifeng's previous life. Similar to the Grey Moon set, the Ice Crystal set was a 6-piece set. However, unlike the Grey Moon set, the Ice Crystal set offered 2 set effects when all 6 pieces were collected. The first set effect increased all basic attributes by 15%, while the second set effect increased the user's mana protection by 50%. Meanwhile, Tia happened to drop a complete Ice Crystal set, while the remaining 3 combat-ranked secret treasures were individual pieces. As for the common-ranked secret treasures, 5 of them were the missing pieces Shifeng needed to finish his Grey Moon sets. With this, he now had 3 full Grey Moon sets. However, rather than the secret treasures, Shifeng placed more attention on the 2 remaining items Tia dropped. Of the last 2 items, one was a tattered ancient book, while the other was a scroll made of ancient parchment. Both items looked and felt incredibly old, but also emitted a faint aura of eternity. At a glance, they did not look like items that belonged to this world. When Shifeng finished appraising the 2 items, his heartbeat accelerated. The ancient book recorded the design for the secret crystal teleportation scroll, and it allowed players to teleport down by 1 floor in the underground Crystal Palace when used. Although it had a 1-day cooldown, it was an indispensable treasure for players looking to develop in the underground Crystal Palace. As for the ancient scroll, it was the heroic mark. However, this heroic mark was not just any ordinary heroic mark. Instead, inscribed on the scroll was a 1-star heroic mark, which could be used to upgrade a basic trading firm to an advanced trading firm and unlock one of the trading firm's hidden advanced functions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3437, Chapter 511, Trading Firm Upgraded. Chapter 3437. Chapter 511. Trading Firm Upgraded. Chapter 511. Trading Firm Upgraded Crystal City of Secrets. Underground Crystal Palace's entrance plaza. Several streaks of light fell next to the plaza fountain as Sherfong and his teammates returned from the underground Crystal Palace. "We're finally back." Desolate Fury looked at the crowded Midging Square with a sense of relief. "I can really use a good meal after 3 days of constant battling." "I don't think it's time for us to rest yet," LaRoja said as she glanced around and noticed that many more players had come to challenge the underground Crystal Palace. Then she turned to Sherfong and asked, "When will we be leaving? Guild Leader Black Flame." "Everyone is tired, and I still need to do some preparation, so let's take a break first," Sherfong said, chuckling when he saw LaRoja's eagerness. "How about we meet at the Blue Rose Bar in 3 hours?" If a player didn't die in the underground Crystal Palace, they would have to spend 3 full days in the Secret Land before they could leave. Hence, after killing Tia, Sherfong and the others continued hunting Greystone Battle Apes, obtaining an extra 24 common secret treasures and completing a 4th Grey Moon secret treasure set. Of the 4 Grey Moon sets, Sherfong distributed 3 to Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja, while keeping the last set for himself. As for the Ice Crystal set, he decided it'd be best if Gentle Snow equipped it. Meanwhile, after equipping their respective secret treasure sets, their group of 5 saw a significant improvement in their overall combat power. After distributing the secret treasure sets, Sherfong told Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja that he hoped they could go to a place to help him with something, to which the trio readily agreed. They didn't even ask where they would be going or what they needed to do. Guild Leader Black Flame. After exiting the underground Crystal Palace, Inkchilin hesitated for a moment before seeking out Sherfong and earnestly saying, "It is thanks to your help this time we are able to have such a significant harvest. May I know if there is anything I can help you with?" Vice Commander. Riverlight looked at Inkchilin in surprise. The Scarecrow Fox adventure team had always acted independently and would never approach any powers. This was also Inkchilin's style of doing things. "Will that be fine?" Sherfong also knew about the Scarecrow Fox adventure team's manner of operation, so he couldn't help but find Inkchilin's offer surprising. In reality, Sherfong did plan to bring some experts back to the miniature ancient world with him. After all, the miniature ancient world was currently targeted by many realms, so it would be unrealistic for him to try to tackle this problem by himself. "It's fine." Inkchilin nodded. "This is my decision. If I act alone, the commanders won't have any opinions." As soon as Inkchilin finished speaking, the other Scarecrow Fox members promptly spoke up as well. "How sly of you, Vice Commander. You should count us in as well if you're going to be helping Guild Leader Black Flame." "That's right, Big Sis Chilin. Guild Leader Black Flame has helped us a ton this time. If we're talking about helping him, we should all go." All of the Scarecrow Fox members present took the initiative to join Inkchilin in helping Sherfong. Rather than object to helping Sherfong, they looked forward to doing so. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow couldn't help but be moved by this scene. While she wasn't a member of Scarecrow Fox, she knew how strictly the adventure team was against involvement with other powers. Depending on the impact of their actions, Inkchilin and the others could be dismissed from Scarecrow Fox. As for Sherfong, he couldn't help but be put in an awkward position when he saw Scarecrow Fox members' eagerness to help. After waiting for everyone's excitement to settle down, he said, "Everyone, while I do need help, I can only bring a small number of people with me." While he did plan to bring some helpers back to the miniature ancient world, he also planned to bring a batch of people to the Eternal Realm for Zero Wing's development. Meanwhile, the Abyss Workshop certification could only teleport up to 20 people at a time, so he could only bring a few people with him to the miniature ancient world, lest these people wished to stay there for the foreseeable future. In that case, seeing the awkwardness in Sherfeng's expression, Inkchilin looked to her subordinates and said, Riverlight, Blaze Eye, and I will follow Guild Leader Black Flame, while the rest of you take a break in the Crystal City. Ultimately, the members of Scarecrow Fox could only go along with Inkchilin's arrangement. Inkchilin, along with Riverlight and Blaze Eye, were the strongest members of their team. If only a limited number of people could follow Sherfong, the three of them would be the most suitable candidates. Following this, Sherfong parted ways with everyone, making his way to the secret crystal trading firm, which was located on the city's outskirts, by himself. Although the one-star heroic mark didn't have an expiration date, the earlier he upgraded the trading firm, the earlier it could start bringing him fortunes. It would also help in changing everyone's mindset. If he waited too long, and the notion that the Eternal Realms trading firms were unprofitable became deeply set in everyone's mind, it would take a lot of effort to change everyone's opinions later on. Secret Crystal Trading Firm. Now that 3 days had already passed since access to the underground Crystal Palace was made available, the number of players visiting the Secret Crystal Trading Firm had decreased significantly. At this time, only a couple of teams could be seen selecting commissions to challenge on the first-floor hall. Sure enough, the various powers have already swiped all the commissions made by nobles. It looks like we can only take on these advanced guard quests. A level 153 middle-aged man carrying a huge axe on his back said in frustration as he looked at the commission list presented by the receptionist. Boss, we've saved up quite a bit of money recently. Why don't we go to the underground Crystal Palace? A level 152 elementalist youth, standing next to the middle-aged berserker, suggested. Many teams have suffered at the hands of the Holy Race recently. Not only did these teams not make any money, but they even lost their deposit. Even if advanced commissions don't require large deposits, the risk and reward are not proportional. We'd be better off trying our luck in the underground Crystal Palace. I heard that the teams that went to the underground Crystal Palace returned with huge harvests. With our team strength, we can definitely give it a try. I guess you're right. The middle-aged berserker nodded after pondering over the young elementalist's words for a moment. All right, let's try our luck in the underground Crystal Palace. If we're lucky enough to find a secret treasure, we'll strike it rich. After saying so, the middle-aged berserker led his team out of the first-floor hall, making the already sparsely populated hall even more desolate. When Sherfong saw this scene, he didn't think much of it and went upstairs. The appearance of the Holy Race turned all profitable trading firms in NPC cities into losing businesses. But the channels for players to make money in NPC cities have also increased. In the case of the Crystal City of Secrets, players could earn a huge profit just by obtaining some materials from the underground Crystal Palace or drawing maps of the secret land. Not to mention, there was also the possibility of obtaining secret treasures in the underground Crystal Palace. Currently, even a common secret treasure could sell for dozens of eternal gold. That was already enough money to buy an ordinary shop in the Crystal City's suburbs. If one was lucky enough to obtain 2 secret treasures, one could even purchase a shop inside the city. Meanwhile, whether one decided to lease their shop to others or use it to do business, one would be guaranteed a steady income. This was because NPC cities were currently regarded as the safest places in the Eternal Realm for both players and NPCs. Because of this, many NPCs would visit NPC cities to trade. Not only would these NPCs sell quality items to the city shops, but they would also purchase items from shops. During the early stages of the Eternal Realm, the buying power of NPCs was even greater than players. Therefore, the number of players willing to visit the trading firm in the Crystal City of Secrets was even lower than that of other NPC cities. A short while later, Sherfong arrived at the core room located on the secret crystal trading firm's top floor. Then he carefully took out the 1-star heroic mark from his bag. Unlike the trading firms of guild cities, the trading firms of the Eternal Realms NPC cities required prestige to be upgraded. Meanwhile, a heroic mark was the best way to convince NPC nobles of a trading firm's strength and get them to make commissions with the trading firm. System. Do you want to engrave the 1-star heroic mark into the trading firm's core magic array? After engraving the 1-star heroic mark, the trading firm needs to be upgraded into an advanced trading firm, and the upgrade will cost 1,000 eternal gold. Do you wish to proceed with the engraving? Engrave it. Shirfong answered without hesitation. Throughout the past 3 days, he had already received the subsequent profits generated from the earthen magic flower sales and obtained 1,990 eternal gold. Not even pseudo-apex powers had this much liquidity. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3438. Chapter 512. Hidden Advanced Function. Chapter 3438. Chapter 512. Hidden Advanced Function. Chapter 512. Hidden Advanced Function. Crystal City of Secrets. Secret Crystal Trading Firm. What's going on? Why did I get teleported outside? Look at the trading firm. The whole building's sealed off. What's the trading firm's owner trying to do? Why did they drive everyone out of the building? How are solo players like us supposed to make money now? After getting forcibly teleported out of the secret crystal trading firm, many solo players were quickly pushed to the brink of insanity when they saw the trading firm that was now enveloped in a black magic barrier. Unlike players operating in teams, solo players had a much more difficult time making money in the Eternal Realm. The increasing number of Holy Race players operating out in the fields only served to make the situation worse. Now, most material collection quests had become so dangerous that most solo players would steer clear of them. For solo players operating in the Crystal City of Secrets, the secret crystal trading firm was one of the few channels which they could earn money through. Yet, now, they could no longer enter the trading firm. This was a terrible development, as it would no longer affect their income, but also delay their entry into the underground Crystal Palace. If they couldn't quickly find an equally good source of income, the gap between them and players operating in teams would grow even bigger. However, before the players on the street could further their discussions, all players operating within the Crystal City of Secrets region received a system announcement. Regional System Announcement. The secret crystal trading firm has been upgraded to an advanced trading firm. It is expected to reopen in 1 hour. The system announcement repeated 3 times, stunning the noisy solo players on the street into silence. All of them couldn't help but look at the system announcement again and again, wondering if they had misread it. Madness. This is madness. It got upgraded into an advanced trading firm, just like that. Damn. Who's the one who bought the secret crystal trading firm? None of the powers operating in the city even have an advanced shop. Following the system announcement, even players who had never bothered to visit the trading firm to pick up commissions started to get excited, a flame of passion burning in their eyes. Trading firms could be found all over the Greater God's Domain, so anyone who had spent some time playing God's Domain would know about them. Naturally, they also knew how significant of a difference there existed between a basic and advanced trading firm. For expert players and the various powers, the existence of basic trading firms was basically negligible. Unless they could secure a commission made by an NPC noble with 100% certainty, they would not bother visiting basic trading firms. Even in the Eternal Realm, the various powers teams would only ever bother taking on commissions issued by NPC nobles. As for other commissions, only ordinary teams and solo players would bother with them. Hence, the popularity of basic trading firms remained largely the same. However, it was a different story for an advanced trading firm. There would be many NPC nobles issuing commissions at an advanced trading firm every few hours, which was a stark contrast to basic trading firms, which would only receive several dozen per day. Hence, even solo players would have a chance at securing an NPC noble's commission from an advanced trading firm. In addition, there was also a chance for elite commissions made by great nobles to appear at an advanced trading firm. If players could complete an elite commission, the amount of city reputation points they could receive from it would be several times that of an ordinary noble's commission. Underground Crystal City's entrance plaza. At this time, the crowd gathered at the plaza could be seen voluntarily stepping aside and opening a path for a 20-man team that had just exited the underground Crystal Palace. The leader of this team was a young, red-haired female elementalist. This elementalist not only carried a legendary staff, but she was also equipped with 2 pieces of legendary equipment, specifically a set of cloth armor and a hat. Upon closer inspection, one could also see secret treasures attached to these 2 pieces of equipment. However, despite many expert players salivating at the elementalist's secret treasures, none dared to have any thoughts about them. This was because even the weakest member of this 20-man team was a 5th-floor expert. The team's several elderly folk were even well-known saint-ranked experts in the greater god's domain. "Should we go and check out that trading firm, Miss Billow?" a tall young man carrying a shield whispered to the female elementalist after seeing the system announcement. "Not necessary," the elementalist, going by the name of Billowing Water, indifferently said as she focused her gaze on a distant guild residence. "A couple of noble commissions won't make us much money. Rather than waste our time running between places, we should prioritize recruiting more experts into our guild and organize the information we collected from the underground Crystal Palace. If we can have more teams enter the underground Crystal Palace, we'll be able to gather more secret treasures. Once our main force is fully geared, earning money will no longer be a problem." "Understood." The tall young man nodded in agreement. Aside from Billowing Water's team, the various powers operating in the Crystal City similarly did not bother sending their members to the secret crystal trading firm. All of them decided it was more important to focus their efforts on the underground Crystal Palace than completing a couple of noble commissions. Meanwhile, over at the secret crystal trading firm, the trading firm enveloped by a pitch-black magic barrier had undergone great changes. The originally old and dilapidated building had become an exquisite construction with 10 floors. The first 2 floors were open to everyone, and anyone could accept commissions from there. However, access to the 3rd floor and onwards was limited to members only. Specifically, the 3rd, 4th, and 7th floors were only open to basic members and above, while the 5th, 6th, and 8th floors were open to advanced members only. As for the 9th floor and above, they were off-limits to even advanced members, and only those with permission from the trading firm's owner could enter. What luck! Sher Fong was secretly overjoyed when he saw the features available on the trading firm's 7th floor and above. "I didn't think I would get the secret treasure market." Once a trading firm reached the advanced rank, a membership system would be introduced with 3 ranks: non-members, basic members, and advanced members. Whichever rank players received would depend on how much money they were willing to pay. Non-members didn't need to pay any fees, but basic and advanced members needed to pay a weekly membership fee. This was because basic and advanced membership slots were limited. In the case of a 1-star advanced trading firm, it would only have 5,000 basic membership slots and 1,000 advanced membership slots. As for how much players needed to pay for each type of membership, it was entirely up to the trading firm's owner to decide. Meanwhile, regardless of whether players became a member, it wouldn't affect their ability to accept commissions at the trading firm. The only difference separating members and non-members was the ability to enjoy the hidden advanced functions a trading firm would gain once it reached the advanced rank. There were various advanced functions an advanced trading firm could potentially obtain, with some being good and some being better. In the case of the Eternal Realms trading firms, there were 2 advanced functions regarded as the best, and one of them was the secret treasure market. Normally, unless one could obtain a 3-star heroic mark and use it to unlock all of an advanced trading firm's functions, one would otherwise have to rely on luck to get the advanced functions they wanted. So, Shifeng felt like he had hit the jackpot when he saw that the 1-star heroic mark he used had gained him the secret treasure market. Meanwhile, as its name suggested, the secret treasure market was a place where the city's NPC great nobles would periodically sell some secret treasures. The secret treasure market was divided into 3 levels: common, combat, and extraordinary. The 3 levels corresponded to the first 3 ranks of secret treasures, and they indicated the highest possible rank of secret treasures that could appear on them. As for the fantasy rank secret treasures, they were exceedingly rare even for the Eternal Realms NPCs, so no NPC would sell them. Of the secret treasure market's 3 levels, the common level was situated on the 7th floor and open to basic members and above. The combat level was situated on the 8th floor and open to advanced members only, and the extraordinary level was situated on the 9th floor and opened only to players with advanced membership and permission from the trading firm's owner. System: the secret crystal trading firm has been successfully upgraded to an advanced trading firm. Do you wish to reopen it now? TL notes: 1 billowing water. Her name in real life is Weilon, and she is Yan Hua's daughter. Seeing as Xia Qingying refers to Yan Hua as Uncle Yan, I assume that Yan is Yan Hua's surname. So, Weilon's full name should be Yan Weilon. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3439. Chapter 513 Frightening Start. Chapter 3439. Chapter 513 Frightening Start. Chapter 513 Frightening Start. Crystal City of Secrets. Secret crystal trading firm. Following the sound of glass shattering, the pitch-black barrier that enveloped the trading firm cracked and faded out of existence, revealing a brand-new and towering building. Is this the new trading firm? 10 floors? It's surprisingly tall. Quick, look! There seems to be a new rule posted next to the entrance. The reopening of the new, secret crystal trading firm immediately caught the attention of independent players who previously lacked interest in it. Everyone was curious to see what the Crystal City's advanced trading firm had to offer. However, when everyone saw the announcement posted next to the entrance, an uproar immediately ensued. Whoever's running this place must be crazy. 20 eternal silver for a basic membership and 1 eternal gold for an advanced membership? This is daylight robbery. This isn't just daylight robbery. This is slavery in disguise. I am at the Crystal City's standard for experts, but the best I can hope to make in a day is 2 or 3 eternal silver. I'd have to slave away for an entire week just to get a basic membership, yet each term lasts only 1 week. Everyone criticized the new rule set by the trading firm, and they cursed the owner of the secret crystal trading firm for being crazy. As for the various powers members who had come to investigate, some of them burst out laughing. It was no secret in the greater God's domain that advanced trading firms came with a membership system. This membership system was also the main way for advanced trading firms to generate revenue. Meanwhile, depending on the level of membership players bought, they could enjoy varying benefits when accepting commissions. One example of an advanced trading firm's membership was the improved efficiency of accepting commissions. More specifically, members wouldn't need to compete with non-members over the limited counters in the public hall. They could simply head to the members-only area to do so. This would not only save them a lot of time, but it would also increase their chances of securing commissions issued by nobles and great nobles. And as a trading firm could only have a limited number of membership slots, even if all membership slots ended up getting filled up, players wouldn't have to worry about overcrowding and facing the same problem as non-members. Of course, if players still weren't satisfied with the waiting time, there was also the option of signing up for advanced membership, which was even more limited in quantity. Meanwhile, players who valued their time more than money would usually be willing to sign up for a trading firm's membership. But that would only be true under the condition that the price was reasonable, and the secret crystal trading firm's membership pricing was anything but reasonable. Currently, Every player operating in the Crystal City of Secrets was trying to save money to enter the expensive underground Crystal Palace. So, they would try to avoid spending money unnecessarily as much as possible. If the secret crystal trading firm's membership fee was just a few dozen eternal copper, most players might still consider it. But now it cost 20 eternal silver just to get a basic membership. Unless the trading firm's owner was playing a joke on everyone with the announcement, they must have a few screws loose in their head. I'm afraid the average player won't be able to afford such high fees, Guild Leader, Gentle Snow said when she heard the mocking and taunting of the players entering the trading firm. How about we lower the price a little to attract a group of players first? Gentle Snow was very surprised when she first learned that Shurfong had bought the secret crystal trading firm. If not for Shurfong going out of his way to call her here and task her with managing the establishment, she would have still been under the assumption that an apex power was behind the trading firm's purchase. After all, trading firms in the current Eternal Realm were essentially losing businesses. The good news was that the secret crystal trading firm was now an advanced trading firm, so they had an opportunity to turn the establishment into a profitable business. The bad news was that the prices Shurfong had set for the trading firm's membership were absurdly high. If they continued to leave the membership pricing as such, they would simply be wasting a good opportunity to make money. I get what you're trying to say, but we don't have much choice, Shurfong said, shaking his head. The current prices are already a bargain. It was true that an advanced trading firm offered more avenues to make money from than a basic trading firm, but the secret crystal trading firm's management fees had also increased accordingly. Previously, he only needed to pay 300 eternal gold per week for the secret crystal trading firm. But now that the trading firm had reached the advanced rank, the management fee was no longer just 300 eternal gold. 1,200 G. Instead, it was 1,200 eternal gold. Indeed, he had to pay 1,200 eternal gold in management fees every week to the Crystal City of Secrets. Rather than him, the Crystal City of Secrets was the biggest extortionist. After paying the upgrade fee, Shurfong only had a little over 1,000 eternal gold left in his hand. He currently no longer had a way to earn money quickly like the earthen magic flower. If he couldn't make 200 eternal gold within a week, all the efforts he had put into purchasing and upgrading the secret crystal trading firm would go down the drain. Currently, the secret crystal trading firm only had 5,000 basic membership slots and 1,000 advanced membership slots. Even assuming he managed to sell all membership slots at the designated price of 20 eternal silver for basic membership and 2 eternal gold for advanced membership, he would only end up with 2,000 eternal gold per week. However, normally, it would be very difficult to fill all membership slots during the Eternal Realm's early stages. Yet, the trading firm's management fee would continue to rise along with the Crystal City's population. At some point, not even 2,000 eternal gold would be enough to cover the weekly management fee. A bargain! Gentle Snow was momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't help but feel that she and Shurfong were from different worlds. "Don't worry," Shurfong said and chuckled. "It won't be long before they become more than willing to accept this price. Anyway, now that we are finished with business here, let's head to the Blue Rose Bar." After saying so, Shurfong turned and left the secret crystal trading firm. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow looked at the trading firm's first-floor hall for a moment before gritting her teeth and following Shurfong out of the building. A few hours after Shurfong teleported back to the miniature ancient world with Gentle Snow and the others, the secret crystal trading firm, which was previously sparsely populated, became crowded with players looking to take on a commission. Many of these players were solo players, while only some were from adventure teams, but every one of them frantically competed over the limited noble commissions. "More than 100 people are waiting before us, Commander. It won't do for us to continue waiting in line," a level 152 young man from an ordinary adventure team said as he looked at the players waiting in front of the first-floor hall's dozen or so counters. Then he turned to the level 154 elderly knight standing next to him and continued, "By the time our turn arrives, all of those noble commissions would probably have long been taken." Hearing the young man's words, the elderly knight surveyed the hall and stroked his white beard, a pondering look on his face. A moment later he said, "Fine. I'll go sign up for a basic membership. We'll just consider this an opportunity to earn city reputation." After saying so, the elderly knight reluctantly took out the few eternal silver from his bag and walked toward the counter that handled membership sign-ups. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3440. Chapter 514. Popular Trading Firm. Chapter 3440. Chapter 514. Popular Trading Firm. Chapter 514. Popular Trading Firm, Crystal City of Secrets. Secret Crystal Trading Firm's third-floor hall. After signing up for a basic membership, the old knight led his team to the third-floor hall. At a glance, they could see that the hall was deserted of players. It was evident that the vast majority of independent players and adventure team members felt that it was more worthwhile to save money to enter the underground Crystal Palace as soon as possible. As expected, the place is deserted, a level 153 female cleric in the team said, frowning when she saw that they were the only team in the hall. After seeing this desolate scene, she felt even more pain from spending 20 eternal silver for a basic membership. Even if they had bought a basic membership for only one person, and the average cost for the team came down to just 1 eternal silver per person, it was still a costly expenditure. It should be known that their Blue Fire Knight adventure team was only one of the many inconspicuous adventure teams operating in the Crystal City of Secrets. Unlike well-established adventure teams that had existed long before the Eternal Realm, Blue Fire Knight only came into being after the Eternal Realm. Currently, their entire adventure team only had 20 members, and apart from the commander and a few others being fifth-floor experts, everyone else was only a titled expert. Titled experts might be highly regarded in the greater God's domain, but they were merely the lowest caste in the Crystal City of Secrets. Because of this, it was a huge challenge for their adventure team to make money. 1 eternal silver was already equivalent to half a day's income for each of them. By now, news of various teams making a killing in the underground Crystal Palace had already spread throughout the city, so it was no longer a question of whether players could make money from the secret land. Yet, in a time when everyone was trying to enter the underground Crystal Palace as quickly as possible, their adventure team spent half a day's worth of income on a trading firm's basic membership. This meant that they would lag behind their peers in entering the underground Crystal Palace by half a day. Did I make the wrong choice? The elderly knight wondered. After seeing the state of the third-floor hall, he couldn't help but start to regret his impulsive decision. It should be known that the 20 eternal silver they spent only allowed them to take on commissions from the third floor for 7 days. Meanwhile, it took at least a day to complete the average noble commission, while some could take up to 2 days. After all of these commissions involved escorting merchant caravans to other NPC towns and cities, and even the nearest town and city was half a day away. So, even the shortest round trip would take a day. Even if they were to accept only noble commissions for the entirety of the 7-day membership, they could only take on a maximum of 7. In other words, they had paid 20 eternal silver for the privilege of accepting 7 noble commissions. On paper, this might seem like a good deal. After all, not only did the players downstairs have to wait in line for 1 or 2 hours for their turn, but there was also a high chance that there might not be any noble commissions available for them when their turn arrived. However, it should be noted that their primary goal was to make money to enter the underground Crystal Palace. Currently, they were only doing commissions for the sake of collecting enough money to cover the secret land's entrance fee. Once they collected enough money, they would naturally enter the secret land right away. In other words, they would not be doing commissions for 7 days consecutively, and their efficiency wouldn't necessarily be faster than the adventure teams waiting in line on the first and second floors. On the contrary, they might even lose out in efficiency as those waiting in line downstairs still had a small chance of accepting a noble commission. If the players downstairs managed to secure a noble commission, all the money they made would be profit. However, the elderly knight quickly shook away the doubts in his mind and made his way to the nearest commission counter. His wealth of experience told him that he had made the right decision, so he remained firm in his conviction. It was true that players had a chance to receive a noble commission by waiting in line on the first and second floors. However, it was only a chance. If they ended up having only ordinary commissions to choose from, they'd have to rejoin the line from the back. While there was also the option of accepting non-noble commissions, few players would choose this option as there wasn't much money to be made from them. It'd be better to wait until a noble commission appeared. But who knew how long they would need to wait until they could secure one? Currently, the number of players visiting the secret crystal trading firm was still small. After all, the trading firm had only been upgraded to the advanced rank not long ago. But once more players started visiting the trading firm, 1 or 2 hour lines would become a thing of the past. At that time, even 4-hour lines would be a blessing. And if there were no noble commissions available at the end of the 4-hour-long wait, just thinking about doing it all over again gave the elderly knight the chills. "Hello, sir. Here is the latest list of commissions available." The receptionist behind the counter greeted the elderly knight and showed him a list. Upon seeing the list's content, the elderly knight's eyes instantly brightened. At a glance, he could see dozens of noble commissions available for selection. Moreover, many of these commissions were highly profitable ones. The average noble commission only paid enough for a 20-man team to receive 2 or 3 eternal silver per person. However, more than a dozen noble commissions on the list paid about 4 eternal silver per person. This was already more than what the various powers teams earned from monopolizing and raiding team dungeons. "I want to take this commission that's headed to the Wilderness Fortress," the elderly knight hurriedly said as he pointed at a commission on the list. "Understood. A maximum of 20 people can take on this commission, and the remuneration is 1 eternal gold. You may start the commission as soon as you pay the 10% deposit," the receptionist said, nodding. Then she handed the elderly knight a ticket and continued, "This is your free ticket to the 7th floor's secret treasure market. You may use it to participate in the secret treasure market that is taking place in 5 days. If you are interested in secret treasures, you might be able to buy the secret treasures you desire." Secret treasure market? Buying secret treasures? The elderly knight was somewhat dumbfounded as he looked at the ticket in his hand. "Is what you said true? Can I really buy secret treasures directly at the secret treasure market?" "Naturally. Our trading firm regularly sells secret treasures on the upper floors, and the higher up you go, the higher the rarity of the secret treasures you can find. Sometimes some great nobles will even bring secret treasures of high rarity to sell," the receptionist explained. The elderly knight started breathing heavily when he heard this. Currently, the main reason the various powers and players were entering the underground Crystal Palace was so that they could acquire secret treasures. However, even though the secret land did drop secret treasures, the drop rate was very low. They were so rare that apart from the various powers' main forces, not many teams, few teams had actually obtained a secret treasure from the secret land thus far. In such a situation, the ability to purchase secret treasures directly from NPCs was akin to a dream coming true. It should be known that whoever controlled the most and the best secret treasures in the Greater God's domain would have control over the Greater God's domain in the future. After the elderly knight concluded his interaction with the receptionist, he promptly shared the news of the secret treasure market with the rest of his team, causing everyone to wonder if he was daydreaming. However, after the elderly knight took out the ticket for the 7th floor's secret treasure market, everyone was shocked to learn that secret treasures could be purchased directly. Enough talking. Not many people know of this news yet, so we should try to get enough money to secure a few advanced membership slots while we still can, the elderly knight said in a hurried tone. The trading firm's advanced membership slots are very limited, so I believe many powers would be willing to hire us as their agents." The members of Blue Fire Night nodded excitedly. Then they began borrowing money from friends to make what would be a life-changing purchase. Around 1.5 hours after Blue Fire Night's members started their operation, more and more independent players discovered the secret crystal trading firm Secret, and news of the secret treasure market quickly spread. Half an hour later, every basic and advanced membership slot available in the secret crystal trading firm had been taken. At the same time, news of the secret treasure market finally reached the ears of the various powers operating in the Crystal City of Secrets, causing a huge commotion throughout the Eternal Realm. Everyone also began to pay attention to the secret crystal trading firm. However, Shifeng, the owner of the secret crystal trading firm, remained wholly ignorant of this situation. In fact, Shifeng didn't even know how long he had been stuck in the cross-realm teleportation passage until, finally, a space-time rift appeared within the passage and sucked him and his teammates into it. Then, a system notification entered everyone's ears. System warning. You have discovered the miniature ancient world. Space and time here are in a chaotic state, so you will not be able to contact the outside world after entering. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3441. Chapter 515 Different Era. Chapter 3441. Chapter 515 Different Era. Chapter 515 Different Era. Miniature Ancient World. Boundary Sea. On a large island shaped like a hammer, over 1,000 players were currently engaged in intense combat with each other. These players were mostly at level 155 or above, with most being at Tier 4, while some were at Tier 5. These players were split into two groups, and it looked like two armies were clashing when they fought. Both groups mainly fought using two tactics. They would either have numerous Tier 4 players supporting a couple of Tier 5 players using magic barriers, or have a bunch of Tier 4 players fight with the assistance of battle arrays. Both tactics worked well at keeping the opponent's Tier 5 combatants at bay, and the battle fell into a stalemate as neither group could get the upper hand over the other. The battle between the two-player groups had turned a radius of several thousand yards into scorched land. Even the island's level 150-plus monsters steered clear of these players, none daring to get close. While the two groups were gradually escalating the intensity of their fight, a 4-meter-tall spatial rift opened up in the nearby forest. Then Shifeng and his teammates came flying out of the rift. What an incredible miniature world! Desolate Fury exclaimed shortly after exiting the rift. The density of the mana here is comparable to the former Holy World. Indeed, Shifeng also couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the miniature ancient world's mana. If we're comparing solely density, the mana here is already on par with the Holy World's. The Holy World's mana was extraordinary. It was so dense that it could suppress players' mana. Meanwhile, such a mana environment was something most players and powers could only dream of finding. Hence, the fact that the current miniature ancient world had mana rivaling that of the Holy World was astonishing. It should be known that the miniature ancient world's mana environment couldn't even compare to that of the Starlight Realm's ancient river kingdom previously. Yet now the situation was reversed, and the gap was vastly greater than before. Even more surprising was the miniature ancient world's law suppression that resulted from this dense mana. Not only did it cause his teleportation to go wrong, but it also restricted him from releasing his mana out of his body. It should be known that he had a Tier 5 advanced legendary mana body. Yet, after arriving in the miniature ancient world, he could no longer manipulate the mana around him to fly. Now he could only walk using his feet. "There's a battle over there," LaRoja calmly stated after glancing at the players fighting roughly 2,000 yards away from them. By the looks of things, it should be a clash between two different powers, but it looks like one side is about to crumble soon. Shortly after LaRoja spoke, the battle developed as she predicted, with one side gradually retreating. Though this outcome came as no surprise to anyone on Shifeng's team. After all, there was a very apparent gap in strength between the two clashing groups. At first glance, both groups were roughly even in numbers, with both groups most likely being 1,000-man legions originally. However, there was a significant difference in the number of Tier 5 experts the two groups possessed. One side had over 20 Tier 5 experts, while the other had less than 10. Without a fortified stronghold to back them, it would only be a matter of time before the group with fewer Tier 5 players lost. Attack! A level 160. Tier 5 Grand Wizard on the winning side commanded when he saw the enemy retreating. Use spatial lockdown. We must not let these native Tier 5s escape. Following the Grand Wizard's command, several dozen Tier 4 players quickly took out a magic scroll from their bag and created a spatial lockdown barrier that enveloped a 5,000-yard radius. Now, unless the enemy team could exhaust the barrier's mana reserves, they shouldn't think of stepping out of the barrier. Players from outside the miniature ancient world. When Shifeng heard the Grand Wizard's command, he started to observe him with more scrutiny. On closer observation, Shifeng noted that the Grand Wizard was undoubtedly a titled expert. If put in an ordinary hegemonic power, he would hold a position among the hegemonic power's core executives. In addition, apart from the commanding Grand Wizard, the 20 or so other Tier 5 experts on his team were also quite strong. Every one of them was at the 4th floor standard. A team with such a lineup would be more than enough to topple most of the hegemonic powers that had entered the miniature ancient world, let alone the miniature ancient world's native powers. However, when Shifeng turned to observe the other team, composed of native experts, he discovered something even more surprising. Even though the team of native experts had less than 10 Tier 5 experts, every one of them had respectable combat standards. Every one of them was either a domain realm expert or a 4th floor expert. Normally, a god's domain that had only recently opened its doors to the greater god's domain would be fortunate even to have a dozen or so experts reaching the 4th floor standard. Moreover, all of these experts would be among the strongest existences of that god's domain. However, Shifeng didn't recognize any of the supposedly native Tier 5 experts on the battlefield. Amidst Shifeng's amazement, a team of 12 Tier 5 players suddenly joined the battle against a team composed of foreign players. The team of 12 was led by 2 women, a Tier 5 elementalist and a Tier 5 assassin. Moreover, both were young women. Following the appearance of these 2 young women, the atmosphere surrounding the battlefield instantly changed. Hooray! Our reinforcements have arrived. Wow. It's the Azura Mercenary Alliance's Clear Sky and Nightingale. We're saved. The native players grew ecstatic when they saw the team of 12 joining the battlefield. A look of reverence even appeared on their faces when they saw Lin Yaoyue and Zhu Yalan leading the team. As for the foreign players, they exploded into an uproar when they saw the 12-man team. Damn it! Why is it those 2? The Grand Wizard commanding the foreign team cursed when he saw Lin Yaoyue and Zhu Yalan. Then, with great reluctance, he commanded, "Everyone retreat!" Hearing the Grand Wizard's call for retreat, the foreign players dropped what they were doing and fled in all directions without hesitation. Trying to escape? A cold glint flashed in Zhu Yalan's eyes when she saw the foreign experts fleeing. Don't even think about it. Immediately, Zhu Yalan's speed skyrocketed, her body splitting into 15 copies that chased after the fleeing Tier 5 experts. Her speed was like lightning, and every Tier 4 player she passed by would disintegrate into particles of light. Equally formidable, Lin Yaoyue raised her staff and cast 3 Tier 5 spells simultaneously, sending forth an amalgamation of wind, lightning, and icicles that killed over 100 Tier 4 players in the blink of an eye. By the end of the battle, less than 20% of the foreign players managed to escape with their lives, and more than half of the foreign team's Tier 5 players died in battle. if not for the commanding Grand Wizard ordering a retreat as soon as he saw Lin Yaoyue and Zhu Yalan. The team's losses would have been even more severe. What's going on? Gentle Snow couldn't help but be stunned as she looked at Lin Yaoyue and Zhu Yalan in the distance. What exactly happened when she was away from the miniature ancient world? When did Lin Yaoyue and Zhu Yalan become so strong? TL notes: 1 Lin Yaoyue equals Clear Sky, formerly or still is the God's Domain Academy's director. Zhu Yalan equals Nightingale, witness to Shifeng clearing the Colosseum's 5th floor test. Astor's Colosseum is where players could fight for a chance to reconstruct their mana bodies. 2. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3442. Chapter 516 Rumored Founder? Chapter 3442. Chapter 516 Rumored Founder? Chapter 516 Rumored Founder? Those two are incredible. Those 4th floor experts didn't even last more than 3 moves against them. Even among titled experts, they have already reached the standard of paragons. They don't look very old either. With such strength and talent, they would still be considered top-tier paragons, even if they joined an upper-ranking hegemonic power. When the battle finally concluded, Desolate Fury, Inchilin, and the others started to analyze Lin Yaoyue's and Zhu Yalan's performances. At the same time, they started to take the miniature ancient world more seriously. 4th floor experts and titled experts might be everywhere in the Eternal Realm, but that was because the former Holy World was a gathering place of the various realms' geniuses and paragons. Normally, a 4th floor expert would be considered a famous individual in any kingdom or empire of any realm. As for paragons, they were nigh invincible existences among players of the same generation in any kingdom or empire, different from Desolate Fury and the others. Shifeng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Lin Yaoyue's and Zhu Yalan's performances. At this time, whether it was Lin Yaoyue or Zhu Yalan, both of them were already strong enough to rival Saint Nine, the former 10th-ranked player on the miniature ancient world's God-ranked expert list. In other words, they had reached the standard of the ancient river kingdom's 10 great paragons. However, Shifeng clearly remembered that before he left the miniature ancient world, the two had yet to even reach the domain realm, let alone the standard of titled experts and paragons. On the other side, after Lin Yaoyue and Zhu Yalan achieved victory over the foreign players, the native players cheered with joy, as expected of Azura's Clear Sky and Nightingale. I wonder when I can become a core member of Azura. A core member? Stop daydreaming. Most of the God-ranked experts from the former first-rate guilds and superpowers are still stuck as internal members of the Azura Mercenary Alliance. At present times, only those who have reached the titled standard are qualified to become core members. I really envy those who joined Azura early on. If I had joined a few months earlier, I might have become an internal member by now. Forget about it. I heard that Azura is currently recruiting many young geniuses to nurture, and those who pass will get to train in the rumored Primordial Tower right away. If the tower is anything like the rumors mention, those rookies will most likely take up a bunch of internal member slots. They get to train in that Primordial Tower? It seems that even the Azura Mercenary Alliance is feeling quite a bit of pressure this time. After seeing Lin Yaoyue and Zhu Yalan achieve victory, many of the native players present expressed their admiration for the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Yearning also filled their eyes when they spoke about Azura's Primordial Tower. While everyone was engaged in discussion, the 10 other members of the Azura Mercenary Alliance returned to Lin Yaoyue and Zhu Yalan's side. These 10 players were all young men and women who had reached Tier 5, and they couldn't help but feel prideful when they received the worshipping gazes of the Tier 4 youths around them. Passing the Azura Mercenary Alliance's test was not an easy feat meanwhile. The 10 of them were not only fortunate enough to pass the test, but they even became internal members of the Mercenary Alliance. To top it all off, they got to fight alongside Lin Yayue and Zhui Yalin, two of the Azura Mercenary Alliance's Grand Elders. This was an opportunity many could only dream of obtaining. "We're done with the cleanup, Miss Nightingale," a level 157 Berserker reported. "But I came across a group of Tier 5 players roughly 2,000 yards away. I don't recognize them, and they don't seem like native players, but a man and a woman among them claim to know both of you and want to talk to you." As soon as the male Berserker finished speaking, the female swordsman beside him sneered and said, "Ghost Axe, who doesn't know Miss Clear Sky and Miss Nightingale in the miniature ancient world? There are tons of people queuing up to meet them. How can you even believe those people's words?" The other members of the team also nodded in agreement with the female swordsman's words. They felt that the Berserker named Ghost Axe was too naive. A group of unfamiliar Tier 5 players? And they said they know us? Zhui Yalin grew a little curious. "Oh, the woman said her name was Gentle Snow," Ghost Axe suddenly added. "She said you'll know who she is once you hear this name. Big Sis Snow." Zhui Yalin's voice was full of excitement. "Take us there quickly. Big Sis is back." A look of surprise also appeared on Lin Yayue's face. Hearing the two's urging, Ghost Axe dared not waste any time and hurriedly led them to the forest where he came across Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, Zhui Yalin and Lin Yayue followed him closely without hesitation. Upon seeing this scene, the female swordsman who previously mocked Ghost Axe couldn't help but be stunned. She also couldn't help but wonder who Gentle Snow was. In no time, Lin Yayue and Zhui Yalin arrived at a temporary campsite under Ghost Axe's lead. Then, when they spotted two familiar faces sitting around the campsite, unprecedented joy and excitement colored their faces. Subsequently, Lin Yayue and Zhui Yalin brought the team of 8 Tier 5 players away from the island on their bronze warship, making a bee for the Abyssal Star City, the Azura Mercenary Alliance's main headquarters. As the Azura Mercenary Alliance's main headquarters, Abyssal Star City attracted tons of visitors every day, many of which came to join the Mercenary Alliance. Many powers had also chosen to settle down in Abyssal Star City, causing the city's player population to reach a frightening level. Nowadays, even Azura members with priority access to the city have to queue up for several hours to enter the city. As for non-members, it was anyone's guess as to how long they had to wait in line. Of all the members in the Azura Mercenary Alliance, only those holding the position of core member or above could enter the city without having to wait in line. And although many powers have offered to pay sky-high prices for a similar privilege for some of their members, Lin Yayue and Zhui Yalin never agreed to their requests. Abyssal Star City, Azura Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, top-floor conference room. "Who do you think that man and woman are, Big Sis Reaver?" I've never seen Miss Clear Sky and Miss Zhui Yalin get so excited before. They even called for an emergency meeting among the Alliance's other executives. A female guardian knight curiously asked the female swordsman standing next to her as she looked at the door next to her. The female swordsman was named Sound Reaver and held extraordinary status in the Azura Mercenary Alliance. On top of being the #1 expert among Azura's rookie geniuses, she was also recruited as the disciple of Chief Administrator Hidden Soul 3 months ago. "I'm not sure about the woman," Sound Reaver said, shaking her head. Then her expression suddenly became solemn as she continued, "But I have some ideas about the man. Although that man is a Tier 5 player, I didn't feel anything special or dangerous about him," the female Guardian Knight commented when she heard Sound Reaver's words. "Could he be some young master from the Green God Corporation?" "No." After a slight pause, Sound Reaver said, "He is very likely to be the rumored founder of the Azura Mercenary Alliance, Black Flame. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3443. Chapter 51700 City Battle. Chapter 3443. Chapter 517. 100 City Battle. Chapter 517. 100 City Battle. Black Flame? You're saying that man's the Azura Sword Emperor? The god lists former number 1. The female Guardian Knight's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance when she heard Sound Reaver's answer. The Azura Sword Emperor's achievements had already become legendary in the miniature ancient world. Not only did he establish Zero Wing, but he was also behind the establishment of the Azura Mercenary Alliance. In addition, he had also defeated famous geniuses and paragons one after another amidst the miniature ancient world's chaotic era. Only because Black Flame would usually keep his appearance and information concealed. Not many people actually knew what he looked like. Moreover, it had already been 4 months since Black Flame disappeared. In the ever-changing miniature ancient world, everyone had long regarded the Azura Sword Emperor's name as a legend of the past. Many people even believed that Black Flame had been forever eliminated from God's domain during the battle in the World Passage, hence his disappearance. However, if Sound Reaver's deduction was correct and the Azura Sword Emperor had returned alive, it would become a huge encouragement for the entire Azura Mercenary Alliance. It was especially true now that a large number of foreign powers had invaded the miniature ancient world, and the Azura Mercenary Alliance's influence was continuously shrinking. Nowadays, Azura could only barely maintain the safety of the surrounding naval zones of Abyssal Star City's newly transferred location. When Zhui Yalin informed the executives of Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance about Shifeng's return, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Then, without hesitation, they dropped what they were doing and rushed over to Azura's headquarters. Unfortunately, due to the drastic changes in the miniature ancient world's environment rendering teleportation useless, everyone had to travel back by foot. Otherwise, they would have immediately teleported back to Abyssal Star City using the Guild Transfer Scroll. Meanwhile, as Azura's executives arrived at the Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, one after another, the Alliance members present in the first-floor hall couldn't help but feel that something big was taking place. What's happening today? Why are so many executives coming back? It is indeed strange. Even Chief Administrator Hidden Soul has dropped her guard duty over at the Boundary Seas Fortress to come back. It's not just the Chief Administrator. Even Grand Elders such as Lu Wuxing, Echoing Judgment, Crimson Heart, Su Qianlu, and Galaxy Past have returned. Every one of them has to safeguard a specific region, yet all of them have gathered here today. Seeing as so many of our alliance's bigwigs have gathered here today, could it be that the foreign powers are planning something big? When the Mercenary Alliance's members saw how many executive members had gathered in the Alliance's headquarters today, they couldn't help but start a discussion among themselves. The Azura Mercenary Alliance was no longer a minor power in the miniature ancient world. Currently, it held control over more than 10 settlements and fortresses. When it came to this regard, the Azura Mercenary Alliance was number 1 among the miniature ancient world's native powers. Although there were other alliances that held control over more than 10 settlements and fortresses previously, that all changed once the foreign powers invasion began. None of the native alliances had the strength to defend so many territories at the same time. As a result, they had to abandon most of their territories and concentrate their strength on protecting 3 settlements and fortresses. In the corridor leading to the Azura Mercenary Alliance's top-floor conference room, an old man and a middle-aged man walked slowly toward the conference room that only executives of the Azura Mercenary Alliance could enter. Old Lu, what do you think our chances of winning are now that Guild Leader Black Flame has returned? Galaxy Past asked in a low voice, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Our chances of winning. Lu Wuxing stopped and looked at Galaxy Past with a bitter smile. We'd be lucky if we even have a 10% chance of defending our territories. Only 10%. Galaxy Past was surprised. Do you think that's low? Lu Wuxing asked when he saw Galaxy Past's surprise. Do you remember the god list's former top 5? How do you think you compare to them now? I should be an even match for them, Galaxy Past said confidently. Exactly. Lu Wuxing nodded. Then he sighed and continued. We improved a lot compared to 4 months ago, but Guild Leader Blackflame has missed out on the opportunities we had during these past 4 months. Now that we have to face a simultaneous assault from multiple upper-ranking, hegemonic powers, I'm afraid there is very little that one person can do, even if this person is Guild Leader Blackflame. Galaxy Past also couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. The Azura Mercenary Alliance had indeed improved significantly compared to a couple of months ago, but whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, Azura's Tier 5 experts still lagged behind the Greater Gods domain's upper-ranking hegemonic powers by a lot. According to the intelligence they gathered, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers had already gathered many Tier 5 experts and were preparing to take over all of the native power settlements and fortresses. And since Azura held control over the greatest number of settlements and fortresses out of all native powers, it naturally attracted the most attention from the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Hence, the gathering of Azura's executives this time was not only because of Shifeng's return, but also because, as guessed by the Alliance's members, the various foreign powers were planning something big. Inside the top-floor conference room, currently, over a dozen executive members were gathered in the conference room that could accommodate hundreds. Of these people, apart from Shifeng, who was still at level 153, everyone else had already reached level 159 or above. In Shifeng's eyes, everyone present had undergone significant changes during the time he was absent. It was especially so for Hidden Soul. Not only did her presence become sharper and more dangerous, but she had also reached level 160, which was the minimum requirement to ascend to Tier 6. Now, so long as she developed her concentration to the Tier 6 standard and gathered 100,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal, she could attempt to break through to Tier 6. You're finally back, Guild Leader, Su Qianlu said. When she saw that Shifeng had also reached Tier 5, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then she smiled and continued, Had you returned any later, our alliance would have probably ceased to exist already. Su Qianlu might have spoken in a joking manner, but everyone present couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The reason everyone present could gather and work together as a group in the past was all because of Shifeng. However, because Shifeng had disappeared for 4 months, the Alliance's affiliated powers stopped being as cohesive as before. Even with Su Qianlu, Hidden Soul, and Blackie acting as mediators, none of the Alliance's affiliated powers were willing to submit to each other. As a result, it became very difficult to accomplish large operations. Having to face the foreign powers' invasion with the Mercenary Alliance in such a state was simply a nightmare. You all have already done a good job developing the Alliance to such a state in the time I was away, Shifeng said, understanding the meaning Su Qianlu was trying to imply with her words. I have a general understanding of the situation, but I do not plan to stay long in the miniature ancient world. Are you giving up on the miniature ancient world, Guild Leader Blackflame? Everyone present immediately grew anxious. No. Shifeng shook his head. Then, in a firm tone, he said, The miniature ancient world is our foundation. I came back this time to strengthen the Azura Mercenary Alliance and Zero Wing, and also to enable everyone to have a better development. Strengthen the Azura Mercenary Alliance and enable us to have better development. Lu Wuxing and the others couldn't help but look at Shifeng curiously. They wondered how exactly Shifeng was going to achieve his claims. After all, whether it was the current Azura Mercenary Alliance or Zero Wing, neither had a particularly optimistic future. Seeing the looks of skepticism on everyone's faces, Shifeng smiled and said, Instead of staying bound to the miniature ancient world, I plan to bring some people outside to develop. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3444, Chapter 518, Show of Force. Chapter 3444. Chapter 518, Show of Force. Chapter 518. Show of Force. As soon as Sherfong finished speaking, time seemingly became frozen as the whole conference room fell completely silent. A moment later, Lu Wuxing stood up with an excited look and asked, "Guild Leader Black Flame, you're not joking with us, are you?" Ever since the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack went live, all native players came to learn that whether it was the miniature ancient world or the gods' domain they previously fought on, both were merely an insignificant part of the greater gods' domain. The world outside their gods' domain was not only much vaster, but also more exciting. It also provided players with better development opportunities. However, now that the various foreign powers had blocked off the miniature ancient world's world passage, native players had no hope of entering the greater gods' domain. While everyone in this conference room was aware that Sherfong had the ability to travel out of the miniature ancient world, the fact that Sherfong could do so didn't mean they could as well. After all, it wasn't easy to get past the world barrier. At this time, Galaxy Past, Crimson Heart, Lin Yayue, and Zhui Yalan also looked toward Sherfong. Although none of them said anything, their eyes exposed their desires. "I'm serious about what I said," Sherfong explained, unsurprised by Lu Wuxing and the other skepticism. Glimmers and Purple Lights members can attest to this. Hearing Sherfang's words, Lu Wuxing and the others turned to look at a middle-aged knight and a 3-meter-tall muscular man sitting in the corner. The middle-aged man was the Purple Light trading firm's commander, Echoing Judgment, while the 3-meter-tall man was the Glimmer Adventure team's acting commander, Casio. "We can indeed confirm this." Echoing Judgment nodded. "More specifically, that's how we arrived in the miniature ancient world in the first place." With Echoing Judgment and Casio's confirmation, Lu Wuxing and the others felt a shiver run through their bodies. At the same time, unprecedented excitement appeared in their eyes. If it was true that Sherfong could bring others out of the miniature ancient world, Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance would achieve prosperity in the miniature ancient world, even if they didn't want to. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every native player currently operating in the miniature ancient world wished to enter the greater gods' domain. Once the miniature ancient world's native players find out that Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance could extend their reach into the greater gods' domain, the number of players seeking to join Zero Wing and Azura would reach unprecedented levels. After a short pause, Sherfong continued, "Currently, the number of people I can bring each time is limited. Aside from allocating 1 slot to every power, I also plan to allocate 2 slots for the talented newcomers trained by the Azura Mercenary Alliance. We only get 1 slot each." Lu Wuxing grew a little disappointed. There were so few slots available that there were barely enough to even divine among the executive members of Zero Wing and Azura. This meant they wouldn't have any additional slots to use to tempt players to join Zero Wing and Azura. "We shouldn't be too greedy. Having even 1 slot is already good enough," said Crimson Heart from the 100-Flower Palace, said calmly. "None of the other native powers can send even 1 player out of the miniature ancient world." "That's true." Galaxy Past nodded in agreement with Crimson Heart's statement. While Sherfong could only provide a limited number of slots to leave the miniature ancient world, it was still better than nothing. Not to mention, the number of players they could have in the greater gods' domain would add up over time. At this time, Hidden Soul suddenly spoke up. "Well, it is good that we can head outside. The foreign powers that have invaded the miniature ancient world remain a problem. I don't think they will give us much time to grow. Indeed, according to the information I've gathered, we are in a very precious situation," Su Qianlu concurred. "There are currently 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers eyeing our settlements and fortresses. These 3 powers alone have gathered over 70,000 Tier 5 experts in the miniature ancient world, while all of us added together don't even have 10,000. Even if we abandon all but one of our territories, we will still have difficulty fending them off." Su Qianliu's reminder poured a bucket of cold water over everyone's heads. bringing them back to reality. The three upper-ranking hegemonic powers targeting them had 70,000 Tier 5 players. Even if all of these Tier 5 players were only at the third floor standard, they were still enough to sweep away Zero Wings and Azura's forces. "You don't need to worry about this," Sherfong calmly said in response. Which of the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers is currently the strongest? He was well aware of the strength of upper-ranking hegemonic powers thanks to his previous life's experiences. If an upper-ranking hegemonic power didn't need to have a certain number of players defending its settlements and fortresses in the greater God's domain, it could easily mobilize an army of several 100,000 Tier 5 players into the miniature ancient world. After inspecting her data, Su Qianlu answered, "Of the three, the strongest is the Hades Society. Currently, it has nearly 30,000 Tier 5 players in the miniature ancient world." "Nearly 30,000? That's quite a lot." Sherfong nodded. "Where are they gathered?" "The Hades Society is mainly gathered in Withered Sea City, not far from the World Channel," Hidden Soul answered with an unpleasant expression. "Withered Sea City was originally a monster city that we captured, and it served as a resting place for us in the Dead Ash Sea. But on the first day after the New World Passage opened, the Hades Society took it from us, a city that was taken away." Sherfong laughed when he heard this. "In that case, we'll make a show of force using the Hades Society." "A show of force?" Su Qianlu and the others looked at Sherfong with some confusion. "MHM." Sherfong nodded and stood up. Then he commanded, "Gather all available Tier 5 experts in Abyssal Star City's Central Plaza immediately." With the current strength of Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance, stopping the various foreign powers' invasion would be impossible. If they wanted to develop peacefully in the miniature ancient world, they would need to let the various foreign powers know that Zero Wing and Azura were not opponents to be trifled with. Meanwhile, eliminating the Hades Society was undoubtedly the best way to prove this. After Sherfong issued his command, although everyone present failed to understand what he was trying to do, they still executed his orders accordingly. Immediately, Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance issued a call to assemble, and a large number of Tier 5 experts suddenly gathered in Abyssal Star City's Central Plaza. In no time, over 1,000 Tier 5 experts had gathered, and the number continued to increase as time passed, the sight of so many Tier 5 experts gathering sparking the curiosity of Abyssal Star City's players. At the same time, news of Zero Wing and Azura gathering their Tier 5 experts quickly reached the miniature ancient world's various powers. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3445. Chapter 519. Surpassing Expectations. Chapter 3445. Chapter 519. Surpassing Expectations. Chapter 519. Surpassing Expectations. Abyssal Star City. Zero Wing's residence. Ever since Abyssal Star City got promoted into an advanced city, Zero Wing's residence had become one of the city's iconic sites. Not only did it occupy an area of 2 sports stadiums, but it also had a 50-floor guild hall that was over 200 meters tall. Apart from the primordial tower, no other building in the city could match Zero Wing's guild hall in height. Currently, a long line of players could be seen waiting to enter Zero Wing's guild residence. Among them, young men and women made up the majority, and all of them were eagerly talking about Zero Wing. Something big seems to be going on in Zero Wing. So many of its Tier 5 experts have suddenly gathered. I wonder what Zero Wing is planning to do. I recall that the last time Zero Wing conducted a major operation was 2 months ago, when it was attacking a monster nest in the Dead Ash Sea. Back then, the various hegemonic powers only had around 30 Tier 5 experts. Yet, Zero Wing had mobilized over 100 Tier 5 experts and over 100 ships to capture that nest. That nest also became the location for the Dead Ash Sea's first fortress, afterward and solidified Zero Wing's place as the #1 guild in the miniature ancient world. That's right. It was also around that time I thought of joining Zero Wing. It's a pity Zero Wing's requirements are so high. I've never passed the test, even once until now. Thankfully, Zero Wing suddenly loosened the requirements for players under 20. I must pass the test today. Indeed, Zero Wing's recruitment conditions are extraordinarily high. Even after Zero Wing has loosened its requirements, newcomers like us still need to reach the Refinement Realm and Truth Realm at the very minimum. Even with all the changes that have taken place in the miniature ancient world, not many players can meet these conditions. When the youngsters waiting in line to take Zero Wing's recruitment test spoke about the loosened conditions to join Zero Wing, they couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Out of all the native powers operating in the miniature ancient world, Zero Wing's recruitment conditions were without a doubt the highest. To this day, the 5 great super guilds remained existences that corporations in the real world had to do their best to befriend. Yet, even the 5 super guilds only required players to reach the half-step Refinement Realm standard to become normal members. Yet, players needed to reach the Refinement Realm and the Truth Realm to become normal members of Zero Wing. But even with such stringent requirements, everyone still sought to join Zero Wing. This was because Zero Wing's member benefits were unquestionably the best. Particularly if players could get promoted to an elite member, they would gain the opportunity to train in the Primordial Tower, rapidly improving in all aspects and increasing their chances of creating a high-ranking Tier 5 mana body. Inside the guild leader's office in Zero Wing's residence, Sherphone couldn't help but be a little surprised as he read a detailed report on Zero Wing's current situation. Even with the miniature ancient world's current excellent conditions, few players could get promoted to Tier 5. The average superpower only had several hundred Tier 5 experts. Moreover, the majority of them had only created a Tier 5 silver mana body. Yet, Zero Wing currently had 3,216 Tier 5 experts. This was already comparable to what the various super guilds had on the main continent. Not to mention, out of these 3,216 Tier 5 experts, 70% had created a Tier 5 gold mana body, and 15 had created a Tier 5 epic mana body. Of the 15 players, apart from Shifeng's early companions, such as Su Qianlu, Rampant Blade, Happy Snow, and Firecloud, there were also Zero Wing's rookie geniuses, such as Wu Xiaoxiao, Midsummer, and Jun Luosha, and those who joined Zero Wing later on, such as Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand. Even in the greater gods domain, few hegemonic powers possessed so many high-quality Tier 5 experts. Currently, most ordinary hegemonic powers in the greater gods domain only have several dozen Tier 6 experts under their command. Meanwhile, the reason these hegemonic powers had so few Tier 6 experts was that few of their experts could create a Tier 5 gold mana body. Players would undergo a massive qualitative transformation when going from Tier 5 to Tier 6. Meanwhile, to accomplish this qualitative leap, players would not only need a large amount of 7 Luminaries crystals, but they would also need to be able to create a divine body. However, the process of creating a divine body was challenging even to titled experts. This was because players' technical skills had little to no influence over the creation of a divine body. There were only 2 factors that could affect the success of a divine body's creation. Firstly, concentration. Players needed to have their concentration at the basic Tier 6 standard at the very minimum. Secondly, mana body. The higher the rank of one's mana body, the lower the difficulty one would face in creating their divine body. Because of these 2 factors, even though the greater gods domain was a place rich in resources, few players could ever reach Tier 6. Meanwhile, so long as players managed to create a Tier 5 gold mana body, depending on the quality of their legacies, their chances of creating a divine body ranged between 5% to 30%. Currently, Even assuming that all of Zero Wing's Tier 5 experts with Tier 5 gold mana bodies only had a 5% chance of creating a divine body, Zero Wing could still potentially have more than 110 Tier 6 experts in the future. Not to mention, Zero Wing was still continuously growing. Abyssal Star City had yet to reach the main city standard, and the Primordial Tower's 3rd floor had yet to be unlocked. The Primordial Tower's 3rd floor was the last and most crucial floor. If players could train there, they could undoubtedly achieve greater improvements than what they could achieve on the first 2 floors. Why did you gather so many Tier 5 experts, Guild Leader? Don't tell me you plan on attacking Withered Sea City? Blackie asked, sweating profusely as he looked at Sherfong. Withered Sea City has over 10,000 Tier 5 experts and several Tier 6 combatants defending it daily. The Hades Society can also recall all of its Tier 5 experts to Withered Sea City at a moment's notice. At that time, we might have to face nearly 30,000 Tier 5 experts and 20 Tier 6 combatants. Although Blackie did not participate in the Azure Mercenary Alliance's meeting, he had still heard from Su Qianlu that Sherfong planned to make a show of force in the miniature ancient world. Hence, Sherfong gathered all available Tier 5 experts in Zero Wing and Azura. However, based on his understanding of Sherfong, there was no way Sherfong would bring so many experts to Withered Sea City just for the sake of putting on a simple show. The only reason Sherfong would gather all of Zero Wing's and Azura's Tier 5 players was to capture Withered Sea City. Hearing Blackie's words, Su Qianlu also couldn't help but grow anxious. In her opinion, it was simply ludicrous to attack Withered Sea City with their current forces. Setting aside the fact that they would have to face nearly 30,000 Tier 5 experts, just the opponent's 20 or so titled experts with Tier 6 combat power would be enough to give them a huge headache. In the 4 months Sherfong was away, Rampant Blade, Wu Xiaoxiao, Wordless Ember, and Sleeping Quicksand were the only ones in Zero Wing who could achieve Tier 6 combat power. As for Azura's side, only Hidden Soul, Lu Wuxing, Crimson Heart, Galaxy Past, Echoing Judgment, and Casio had achieved it. In total, Zero Wing and Azura only had 10 Tier 6 combatants. If they were on the defending side, it might be fine to have 10 Tier 6 combatants go up against 20, but it would be suicidal to do so when they were the attackers. You've guessed it. Sherfong calmly nodded while reading the report in his hand. We might not be a match for them when it comes to numbers, but we won't lose to them when it comes to top combatants. After saying so, Sherfong took out a glass marble, a secret treasure he had obtained from the underground Crystal Palace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3446, Chapter 520, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 3446, Chapter 520, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 520, Shocking All Sides. Zero Wing's residence. Guild Leader's office. When Su Qianlu and Blackie finished inspecting the secret treasure stats, their breaths immediately grew heavy. Where did you get such a treasure, Guild Leader? Blackie's eyes were full of shock as he looked at the secret treasure on the table. When players raised their tiers, it wasn't only their basic attributes and physiques that would receive a qualitative increase. They would also see a significant improvement in their mana protection. The difference in mana protection was also why players of a lower tier would usually have difficulty damaging players of a higher tier. However, unlike basic attributes and physique, there weren't any weapons, equipment, or tools that increased mana protection. As far as what was currently known in God's domain, the only way players could increase their protection was by raising their tier. Yet, the secret treasure on the table had broken this norm. When equipped, it would increase the user's mana protection. This was simply unbelievable. If even one article can increase mana protection by this much, you can probably become invincible among players of the same tier if you have 3 articles equipped, Su Qianlu commented. Then she looked toward Sherfong and asked, Do you have a lot of these secret treasures, Guild Leader? One could say that mana protection was the foundation of tier suppression in God's domain. At first glance, the term mana protection would lead one to think that it increased players' resistance toward mana. However, according to research conducted by many lifestyle players, the essence of mana protection was the total volume of mana contained within a player's body. When players raised their tiers, the size of their mana pool would also increase accordingly. Meanwhile, players having more mana in their body would be akin to them being in an environment rich in mana, while players having less mana in their body would be akin to them being in an environment lacking in mana. Hence, the higher a player's mana protection, the bigger their mana pool would become, and the better the mana environment that would surround them. With greater mana protection, not only would players receive less damage from attacks, but they would also see a rise in their destructive power. This was also why, even if two players of different tiers had similar basic attributes, the performance of their normal attacks, skills, and spells would be different. Not a lot. Calmly, Shifeng said, I only have 92 of these things on me right now. Excluding the Grey Moon and Ice Crystal secret treasure sets, his group had only received 92 common secret treasures from the underground Crystal Palace, based on the system's allocation. As for the combat secret treasures dropped by Tia, the mutated floor master, he had given them all to Scarecrow Fox. 92. Blackie and Su Qianlu were promptly dumbfounded. They had never even heard of any items being able to increase players' mana protection before today. In their opinions, the value of a secret treasure was no less than that of a fragmented legendary weapon, and it would be fortunate if Shifeng could take out even 10 secret treasures. But 92? With this many secret treasures, they could form a 20-man team of invincible Tier 5 players. Anyway, you two pick a few secret treasures for yourselves first. Afterward, find a group of trustworthy Tier 4 players and distribute the rest to them. It's best if they are 4th floor experts. Make absolutely sure news of these items doesn't get out, Shifeng said as he looked at the two stunned people before him. Then he took out all of the secret treasures in his bag and placed them on the table. He still had no intentions of letting the Azura Mercenary Alliance's folk know about secret treasures. After all was said and done, Azura was merely a loose organization with few restrictions. Meanwhile, secret treasures were extraordinary items. If the outside world came to know that there were secret treasures in the miniature ancient world, nobody could guarantee the safety of the miniature ancient world. Leave it to us, Su Qianlu responded, an excited expression appearing on her face when she snapped back to her senses. We'll make sure everyone who receives a secret treasure signs a god's domain contract. Nobody should even think of leaking this secret. Blackie also nodded, his heart beating with excitement as he looked at the secret treasures on the table. They would be able to create a 20-man team with mana protection rivaling Tier 6 players with all these secret treasures. And once this team made its debut, it would absolutely shock the entire miniature ancient world. Following this, Su Qianlu and Blackie quickly carried out Shifeng's instructions, distributing the secret treasures to Zero Wing's 4th floor experts, such as Firecloud, Midsummer, Happy Snow, Jun Luosha, and others. Meanwhile, when these individuals received their secret treasures and saw their effects, they couldn't help but grow ecstatic. 3 hours later, over 8,000 players gathered in Abyssal Star City's Central Plaza, following Shifeng's command. These were all Tier 5 players of Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance. When these 8,000-plus Tier 5 players gathered in the Central Plaza, many passers-by couldn't help but stare at them. Many executives of the various powers even went out of their way to come here when they heard that so many of Zero Wing's and Azura's Tier 5 experts had gathered. On the rooftop dining area of a high-end restaurant next to Abyssal Star Plaza, what the heck is the Azura Mercenary Alliance trying to do by gathering so many Tier 5 players? One Step, the Titan Sword of the Divine Hunters Guild, said in displeasure as he swayed the glass of wine in his hand. Currently, One Step was already a level 157, Tier 5 Berserker. Are you worried they'll target Divine Hunters? The level 158, Tier 5 female elementalist sitting across One Step said with a faint smile. I heard that Divine Hunters has been fighting Azura over 7 luminaries' crystal vein in the Dead Ash Sea recently. Maybe Azura has finally gotten fed up and decided to put an end to the fighting once and for all? Glancing at the female elementalist, One Step disdainfully said, You speak as if Morning Light has never provoked Zero Wing before. If my memories serve me correctly, your people stole a large shipyard from Zero Wing while Zero Wing was busy defending a siege. Isn't that why a big shot like you has come running all the way here now, Melissa? Dark Banner Melissa of the Morning Light Guild did not refute One Step's words. Instead, she glanced at the various hegemonic powers experts that have gathered around the Abyssal Star Plaza because of the Azura Mercenary Alliance's latest movement. A force of over 8,000 Tier 5 experts was one that no hegemonic power in the current miniature ancient world could afford to ignore. It was especially so since the Azura Mercenary Alliance had quite a few Tier 6 combatants. If Azura's goal this time were to attack Morning Light, it would be an existential battle. At the very least, it would decide whether Morning Light could continue to operate and thrive in the miniature ancient world. Following the collapse of the First World Passage, the miniature ancient world had entered a sealed state. During this period, the Azura Mercenary Alliance, with Zero Wing at its core, had achieved mind-blowingly rapid development. Honestly, if not for the Second World Passage opening, letting the various hegemonic powers mobilize more Tier 5 experts into the miniature ancient world, none of them would even have the qualifications to challenge the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Even so, if the current Azura Mercenary Alliance were hell-bent on targeting a specific hegemonic power, it would be a nightmare for said power. Hence, the miniature ancient world's various hegemonic powers had promptly come running to Abyssal Star City as soon as they heard Azura gathering its Tier 5 experts. While One Step and Melissa were ridiculing each other, a new group of players arrived at the plaza. When One Step and Melissa saw the cloaked male swordsman walking at the front of this group, their eyes immediately widened in disbelief. For most people, they wouldn't have paid much attention to the cloaked swordsman due to his lack of presence. However, for One Step and Melissa, the cloaked swordsman was someone they would never forget. Black Flame. He's actually back. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3447. Chapter 521 Black Flame Returns. Chapter 3447. Chapter 521. Black Flame Returns. Chapter 521. Black Flame returns upon overhearing One Step's and Melissa's exclamations. The restaurant's rooftop dining area suddenly fell silent as everyone turned to look at the cloaked swordsman in the plaza. Is he the Azura Sword Emperor, Black Flame? Didn't they say Black Flame disappeared in the World Passage long ago? No wonder Azura is making such a huge commotion. With Black Flame's return, a reevaluation of the Azura Mercenary Alliance's strength will be necessary. In the current Greater Gods domain, few people did not know the name of the Azura Sword Emperor Black Flame. This name was especially well known among the various hegemonic powers. More specifically, this was a name that the various hegemonic powers needed to remember. While the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Luminous Glory list might only be prepared for Tier 4 players of the younger generation, the list encompassed the entire Greater Gods domain. Even the simple feat of getting onto the list of 1,000 players was something the various hegemonic powers experts could only dream of accomplishing. In a situation where the Azura Mercenary Alliance already had many titled experts under its command, the sudden addition of the Azura Sword Emperor could cause a qualitative change to Azura's top combat power. Meanwhile, following Shurfang's arrival, some of Azura's members quickly recognized him. Guild Leader Black Flame? Am I dreaming? Is Guild Leader Black Flame actually back? This is great. With this, our top combat power will see further improvement. Let's see which hegemonic power will dare to provoke us in the future. So, he's the miniature ancient world's former #1 swordsman. Many members of Azura were excited to see Shurfeng. It was especially so for the older members. They had personally witnessed Shurfeng's astonishing accomplishments in the miniature ancient world, so they had a much better idea of what could come from Shurfeng's return. "You really guessed it, Reaver!" a young female knight in her late teens said excitedly to the female swordsman next to her when she saw Azura's older members recognizing Shurfeng. Although Sound Reaver had previously guessed that the cloaked swordsman was the Azura sword Emperor Black Flame, it was only now that this conjecture had received confirmation. The miniature ancient world's #1 swordsman? While watching Shurfeng walk onto the elevated platform in the middle of the plaza, Sound Reaver's eyes burned with determination. This title will be mine sooner or later. After becoming Hidden Soul's apprentice, Sound Reaver had come to learn of Hidden Soul's unfathomable strength. Yet, even with such unfathomable strength, Hidden Soul continued to hold Black Flame in great esteem. This made Sound Reaver curious about Black Flame. Only after seeing Black Flame in person, Sound Reaver couldn't help but be disappointed. This was because Shurfeng did not have as powerful and frightening of a presence as she imagined. She couldn't even feel any pressure coming from him as she did with her master Hidden Soul. "I wonder what Guild Leader Black Flame has gathered so many of us here for. I heard from an executive that Guild Leader Black Flame seems to be planning to use the Hades Society to set an example." Using the Hades Society to set an example? Doesn't that mean we'll be attacking the Hades Society? Isn't it a little too early for us to be attacking the Hades Society? I heard that they have 5th floor experts. Even if Guild Leader Black Flame is back, we still can't match the Hades Society's 5th floor experts in numbers. We'll be at a disadvantage in top combat power. After learning of Shurfeng's return, Azura's members began speculating why Shurfeng had gathered so many Tier 5 experts. And when they spoke about the possibility of attacking the Hades Society, they couldn't help but think that Shurfeng was acting a little too recklessly. It was indeed good news for Azura that a 5th floor expert, such as Shurfeng, had returned. But the current miniature ancient world was no longer the same as in the past. Simply being a 5th floor expert could no longer guarantee one a spot among the miniature ancient world's top 10 players. This was because every upper-ranking hegemonic power that had entered the miniature ancient world had multiple 5th floor experts under its command, and there were easily more than 10 upper-ranking hegemonic powers operating in the miniature ancient world. While Azura's members were talking among themselves, both the executives of Azura and the various powers present suddenly started receiving messages and call requests. "Did something happen, Soul?" Shurfeng asked when he noticed a sudden change in Hidden Soul's expression. "Something big happened." Hidden Soul said grimly, "Just a moment ago, we received news that the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe have secretly gathered most of their Tier 5 experts at the Boundary Sea. Their numbers exceed 50,000, and their Tier 6 combatants exceed 60. They moved very secretively, and they had already appeared within 10 kilometers of Abyssal Star City when we discovered them. Damn it! These 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers must have joined forces long ago. All the conflicts they had with each other were nothing but acts to deceive us into letting our guards down. Now that they heard that we've gathered most of our Tier 5 experts in Abyssal Star City, they must be planning to wipe us out once and for all." Lu Wuxing cursed under his breath after reading the latest intelligence report he received. He never thought the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers would band together. Before anybody could say anything else, Abyssal Star City's alarm for battle suddenly rang, and numerous magic mirrors appeared above the city. Meanwhile, displayed in these mirrors was the image of several thousand ships. Among them were hundreds of bronze ships and above, and every player riding these warships was at Tier 5. At a glance, The Tier 5 players aboard these ships numbered in the tens of thousands, and the sight of all these Tier 5 experts was shocking to even the battle-hardened experts in Abyssal Star City. Many experts had even forgotten how to breathe. Apart from the thousands of ships sailing across the sea, there were also 3 30-meter-long wyverns flying in the sky. Each of these wyverns carried 20 or so Tier 5 experts, and just the sight of these experts struck fear into the fourth-floor experts present in Abyssal Star City. Tier 6 combatants. This was the term that the various fourth-floor experts instinctively thought of. However, compared to the several dozen Tier 6 combatants, everyone was more terrified by the sight of the 3 experts helming the wyverns. Of these 3 experts, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. All 3 looked rather young and did not look like they were even 25 years old. Yet, the sight of these 3 experts had given everyone the illusion 3 deities had just descended onto the mortal world. At this moment, even the various hegemonic powers experts who were in Abyssal Star City to watch the show had fallen silent, all of them wearing looks of disbelief. Sacred Glory experts. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3448. Chapter 522. A Sacred Glory Expert? I've long stopped being one. Chapter 3448. Chapter 522. A Sacred Glory Expert? I've long stopped being one. Chapter 522. A Sacred Glory Expert? I've long stopped being one. The Hades Society must be crazy. Is this the true strength of the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers? Azura's members were filled with astonishment and worry when they saw the 3 individuals helming the 3 wyverns. As for executives such as Lu Wuxing, they started to feel as if their previous belief that Azura could defend Abyssal Star City so long as they concentrated their forces was nothing but a joke. Meanwhile, Azura's members weren't the only ones who despaired at the sight of the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe's combined army of Tier 5 experts. The various hegemonic powers executives who had come to Abyssal Star City to investigate Azura's activities similarly felt suffocated at this sight. While it was true that the Azura Mercenary Alliance was an enemy of the various hegemonic powers, none of the various hegemonic powers executives could bring themselves to feel delighted over Azura's predicament. On the contrary, they felt a sense of camaraderie with Azura's members. World-breaking axe, Heratus, myriad spears, daylight, unsleeping death, death stride. One step was greatly shaken when he saw the 3 individuals helming the wyverns. Is this a celebrity battle organized by the 7 Luminaries Alliance? Why are there 3 Sacred Glory experts here? It seems the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers plan to eliminate Azura once and for all, Melissa said, sighing. The 3 ranking lists published by the 7 Luminaries Alliance across the entire Greater Gods domain were known by all. They were also often the focus of discussion for many people. With the exception of the Luminous Glory list, players capable of entering the Sacred Glory list or Divine Glory list were publicly recognized as powerhouses in the Greater Gods domain. Even the 5th floor experts regarded as core combatants by the various hegemonic powers were nothing but a joke in front of these powerhouses, let alone titled experts like themselves. Meanwhile, Heratus, Daylight, and Deathstride were not only ranked among the Sacred Glory list, but all 3 of them were also ranked within the top 500. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that just one of them was enough to wipe the floor with any hegemonic power operating in the miniature ancient world. Normally, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would never send such precious combatants into a miniature world. After all, these experts could accomplish much greater things in the Greater Gods domain. Yet now, 3 of these experts were mobilized just to target the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Such a shocking scene could rarely be seen even in the Greater Gods domain, so it was mind-blowing that it had happened in a miniature world. Before the players in Abyssal Star City could come back to their senses, faint laughter came from above the city. Black Flame, I heard you want to use the Hades Society to set an example. I wonder how you feel now, asked a fair-skinned young girl of the giant race. The girl was one of the 3 individuals helming the wyverns, and she spoke in a teasing tone. If you hand over Abyssal Star City and beg for mercy now, I might decide to be merciful and let you go. You sure know how to tell a joke, Heradus, said a rigid and short young man who was similarly helming a wyvern. Then the young man laughed unreservedly and said, Since when has the world-breaking axe spared anyone who has begged for mercy? If I remember correctly, you annihilated the soul of the last guy who begged for mercy. Stride, you didn't have to expose Heradus like that, said a savage-looking man with messy hair. You should give our brother Black Flame some hope. That way, we wouldn't have to waste as much energy taking over Abyssal Star City. You might think of it as troublesome, but not me, the short young man named Deathstride said, sneering. It won't be anything more than a little exercise. What trouble could there be? You are simply bringing shame to your title of Myriad Spears, Daylight. Glaring at Deathstride and Daylight, the giant girl named Heradus said in dissatisfaction, Can you two give this newbie here a little chance? He is a luminous glory expert, after all. Who knows? I might very well decide to be merciful. The 3 cannon fodders helming the wyverns ran their mouths one after another, none of them taking Sherfong seriously. Even the 8,000-plus Tier 5 experts of Azura were no different than ants in their eyes. However, the trio's contempt did not provoke any ridicule or anger from the players in Abyssal Star City. On the contrary, everyone shuddered at their words. It seems they really intend to wipe us out, Hidden Soul solemnly said as she looked at the 3 trio talking and laughing in midair. If the 3 individuals talking were insignificant nobodies, their words could be dismissed as a joke. But all 3 of them were on the sacred glory list. So their arrogant words sounded more like a predator wanting to have some fun with their prey before killing it. As a former commander of the Flower of 7 Sins, Hidden Soul had seen many individuals behaving as such before. While everyone in the Abyssal Star Plaza was watching on in silence, a woman stepped up from behind Sherfong and said, Are sacred glory experts so noisy nowadays? These words were not spoken loudly, but in the silent plaza, they sounded like they were amplified countless times. Hence, everyone in and around the plaza heard these words clearly, and this included One Step and Melissa. The woman who spoke had an elegant look, and she carried a silver spear and shield on her back. Although she had reached Tier 5 already, she was only at level 156, which was quite low compared to the various hegemonic powers experts. Apart from those in and around the plaza, the players riding on the 3 wyverns in the sky also heard the elegant woman's words loudly and clearly. Immediately, the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers Tier 6 combatants couldn't help but shudder, though not because of the woman, but because of the aura emanating from Heradus. It seems you are eager to be the first to die, old hag, Heradus said, her gaze growing colder and colder as she looked at Inkchilin. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll grant you your wish. After saying so, Heradus reached for the 5-meter-long axe she carried on her back and threw it at Inkchilin. When the axe separated from Heradus's hand, it traveled across the air without making any sound. Yet, the weapon traveled at the speed of lightning, and it easily penetrated Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array and struck Inkchilin. The sight of this unimpressive attack caused everyone in Abyssal Star City to gasp. It was especially so for Azura's members. Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array had stood strong against numerous attacks from hegemonic powers and sea monsters. The defensive magic array could even block attacks that had reached the Tier 6 standard. Yet it behaved as if it did not exist against Heradus's attack. Boom! Following a deafening explosion coming from the plaza, everyone in the city gasped once more. This was because, contrary to everyone's expectations, Inkchilin had stopped Heradus's frightening axe. More specifically, She had caught the giant weapon with one hand, and she neither moved nor lost any HP in the process. Are you also a sacred glory expert? Heretus was greatly shocked when she saw Ink Chilin catch her attack without taking any damage. In her opinion, apart from sacred glory experts, no other expert of the same tier could stop her attack without taking damage. A sacred glory expert. After tossing the giant axe aside, Ink Chilin reached for the spear on her back. Then she threw the weapon at Heretus and indifferently said, "I've long stopped being one. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3449. Chapter 523. Tier 6 appears. Chapter 3449. Chapter 523. Tier 6 appears. Chapter 523. Tier 6 appears like a shooting star. A streak of light shot through the sky above Abyssal Star City and disappeared. Following it, a scream echoed throughout the city. She couldn't resist it. Daylight and Death Stride widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw one of Heretus's arms getting obliterated. They could neither believe nor fathom how this had happened. Heretus, the world-breaking axe, was known for her abnormally high strength attribute. When comparing strength, she could rank among the Sacred Glory list's top 100. Her guild had even assigned her the legendary ranked Titan battle axe because of her dispatch to the miniature ancient world this time. In her current state, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Heretus's strength had reached the average standard of level 160, tier 6 berserker gods. Yet, even though Heretus had used her axe to block Ink Chilin's attack, her axe still got sent flying, and one of her arms was obliterated. Impossible. Madness and disbelief filled Heretus's eyes at the loss of her arm. Blinded by rage, she waved her remaining hand and recalled the Titan battle axe. Then, she slashed down in Ink Chilin's direction. Absolute technique, heavenly might. Space warped along with the descent of the Titan battle axe, and many of those standing in the way of the legendary weapon found themselves robbed of their ability to move. However, while many had found themselves immobilized by Heretus's heavenly might, Ink Chilin remained unaffected. Not only that, but Ink Chilin had thrown the spear she recalled with even greater speed, the weapon splitting into more than a dozen copies of itself mid-flight. Absolute technique, compounded shadow. Spear after spear struck the warped space. When the fifth spear struck, space shattered, and the remaining spears continued onward to Heretus. Seeing this, Heretus was forced to cancel her attack and brandish her axe to defend herself. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Every strike caused Heretus to lose a chunk of her HP. When the 8th spear struck the Titan battle axe, Heretus's HP fell to 0, and her body fell lifelessly from the sky. Suddenly, silence enveloped Abyssal Star City as everyone stared at Ink Chilin as if they had just seen a ghost. Heretus, the world-breaking axe, and 439th on the Sacred Glory list had died just like that? How is this possible? Not even the top 30 Sacred Glory experts can kill Heretus so easily. Who is that woman? As individuals who are similarly ranked within the Sacred Glory list's top 500, Daylight and Death Stride couldn't help but be shocked and frightened by Ink Chilin's strength. As for the players standing in the Abyssal Star Plaza, they were dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. Lu Wuxing, Zhui Yalin, and the other executives of Azura, in particular, felt like they were dreaming. Where did you find such an expert, guild leader? Isn't she a little too strong? Blackie exclaimed, his mouth having difficulty staying shut. Logically, an expert on the Sacred Glory list should be able to dominate the entire miniature ancient world single-handedly. Yet now a Sacred Glory expert had just been killed in seconds. The clash between Ink Chilin and Heretus was so one-sided that Blackie couldn't help but suspect that the world-breaking axe he had just seen getting killed was an imposter. As for One Step and Melissa, they couldn't help but scrutinize Inkchilin. Could this woman be the Azura Mercenary Alliance's true owner? This was the thought that came to the minds of One Step and Melissa. Unlike Blackie, they had met Heratus in the Greater God's domain before, so they knew that the Heratus that had just been killed was the real deal. Meanwhile, in God's domain, the person in control of an organization would typically be the strongest player in the entire organization. Seeing as Black Flame was only a genius on the Luminous Glory list, One Step and Melissa couldn't help but suspect that Inkchilin was the true owner of the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Inkchilin? I saw this name among the Sacred Glory list's top 10 over a decade ago. Could this woman be that Inkchilin? She's a former top 10 Sacred Glory expert. No wonder Heratus is no match for her. Could she be Zero Wing's mysterious backer? Some of the older players present quickly recognized Inkchilin, and upon discovering Inkchilin's identity, they no longer found it surprising that Inkchilin could kill Heratus so effortlessly. It was true that Heratus was amazing for being able to rank among the Sacred Glory list's top 500. However, there was a qualitative difference between someone ranked in the top 500 and someone ranked in the top 30. So, it wasn't all too unbelievable for a former top 10 Sacred Glory expert to kill the current 439th ranked Sacred Glory expert in one exchange. However, of those present, only Sherfong, Gentle Snow, Desolate Fury, Laroja, Cross, Riverlight, and Blaze. I knew the only reason Inkchilin could kill Heratus so effortlessly was because she had multiple secret treasures equipped. There were even combat-ranked secret treasures among them. Be it basic attributes or mana protection, Inkchilin was far above Heratus. Hence, it was only natural for Heratus to lose to Inkchilin in a clash of absolute techniques. Of course, had Heratus chosen to fight by evading, even Inkchilin would have needed some time to kill her. The fight wouldn't have ended so quickly and decisively. While everyone was immersed in silence, Sherfong collected the item Heratus dropped and turned his gaze toward Daylight and Deathstride. It seems your plan to take over Abyssal Star City isn't going as smoothly as you expected. Will you two beg for mercy now, or choose to continue fighting? Sherfong nonchalantly asked. An ugly look appeared on Daylight and Deathstride when they heard Sherfong returning their previous provocation to them. Black Flame, don't get cocky just because you have Inkchilin backing you. Not only did Daylight not panic after realizing Inkchilin's identity, but he even sneered and said, "Do you really think we have no way to deal with her? With just you two, you're still not qualified for that," Sherfong said disdainfully. Whether it was the Hades Society, Primal Empire, or Sacred Tribe, he had never regarded any of them as his actual opponents. This was because upper-ranking hegemonic powers lacked the qualifications to be his opponent. However, a second after Sherfong finished speaking, a powerful voice echoed throughout Abyssal Star City. Is this old man qualified, then? Following this question, an indescribable pressure swept through Abyssal Star City, forcing all players below Tier 5 to their knees. Many Tier 5 experts also felt their movements becoming stiff. Suddenly, a lean old man appeared mid-air, his body staying suspended in the air without any support as he overlooked Abyssal Star City. Divine might. This is real divine might. This is a lie. This must be a lie. Tier 6. He's a Tier 6 Berserker god. Shock and fear filled the eyes of Azura's members as they looked at the old man. They never expected someone from the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers to get promoted to Tier 6 already. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3450, Chapter 524, Fighting a Tier 6 Opponent. Chapter 3450, Chapter 524, Fighting a Tier 6 Opponent. Chapter 524, Fighting a Tier 6 Opponent. Tier 6. This was the highest tier players could achieve in God's domain. It was also the dream of countless players to reach this tier. Even with the countless experts that existed in the greater God's domain, Tier 6 players remained the various powers' core combat power. Tier 6. Is this the Hades Society's true capability? Hidden Soul, Lu Wuxing, and the Azura Mercenary Alliance's other executives wore grim expressions as they quietly looked at the old man hovering above the city. The joy they felt from seeing Ink Qilin killing Heradus disappeared completely when they felt the aura coming from the old man and saw the Hades Society guild emblem the old man wore. In the current miniature ancient world, Tier 6 was a goal that the various powers experts were frantically trying to reach. This was because they knew that the appearance of the first Tier 6 player would instantly change the miniature ancient world's power structure. Although Hidden Soul and the others had long known that a Tier 6 player could appear at any moment given the miniature ancient world's current situation, they never thought the Hades Society would give birth to a Tier 6 player so quickly. Shortly after the appearance of the elderly Berserker god, the various hegemonic powers executives present in Abyssal Star City went into an uproar. Is the Hades Society insane? How dare they send Nightmare Chaser to the miniature ancient world? One Step was in utter disbelief as he looked at the old man in the sky. Unlike the miniature ancient world's native players, One Step knew a lot more about the greater God's domain's various powers. Nightmare Chaser. This was a name that any player who had operated outside the Starlight Realm would have heard of at least once. It was also a name regarded by the various powers operating in the Void Sea as taboo for their Tier 5 members. More specifically, the various powers prohibited any of their Tier 5 members from taking action within the Hades Society's Devil Fortress. This was because any Tier 5 player who dared to do so would be permanently removed from God's domain. Meanwhile, the cause of these removals was none other than Nightmare Chaser. Nightmare Chaser was the Tier 6 Berserker god responsible for guarding the Devil Fortress. He was also the biggest contributor to the Devil Fortress's prosperity. In the current situation where only level 160 Tier 5 players were allowed to enter the miniature ancient world, the idea of sending a level 220 Tier 6 Berserker god into the miniature ancient world was simply absurd. It was especially so when the Berserker god in question was Nightmare Chaser. After all, not only would it cost an astronomical expenditure to bring Nightmare Chaser back to Tier 6 within a short time, but it would also leave Devil Fortress without the infamous Nightmare Chaser's protection. Abyssal Star City is a lost cause now, Melissa stated with a sigh. Then she turned her gaze toward Sherfong, who stood in the Abyssal Star Plaza, and continued, I thought I would have another chance to fight Black Flame again, but seems that won't be possible anymore. What a pity. One Step nodded in agreement as he similarly turned to look at Sherfong. With Nightmare Chaser's personality, he absolutely won't rest until every member of Azura is gone. After losing to Sherfong several months ago, One Step would often think of redeeming himself. But after seeing Nightmare Chaser, he did not doubt that be it Zero Wing or the Azura Mercenary Alliance, both would become history after today. However, just when everyone thought Sherfong would panic at the sight of Nightmare Chaser, Sherfong nonchalantly glanced at the lean old man in the sky and said, I'm afraid you're still lacking. These words were spoken in a flat tone, yet they echoed loudly in the ears of everyone present in Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, following Sherfeng's words, the various hegemonic powers executives couldn't help but look at him with their eyes and mouth wide open. Is he crazy? He still dares to make provocations at a time like this? Is he not afraid Nightmare Chaser will make him disappear from God's domain? Does he think Ink Qilin can still protect him? When the various hegemonic powers executives saw Sherfeng's behavior, they couldn't help but think of him as a fool. After all, a Tier 6 Berserker god was present before him, yet he still failed to see the situation for what it was. How brave of you! It seems you have already prepared yourself to face the consequences of provoking a Tier 6 expert. Suddenly, Nightmare Chaser raised his hand and summoned a crimson saber. Then he slashed downward with the saber, sending forth a frightening energy blade that threatened to cut Sherfong and Abyssal Star City in half. When the energy blade made contact with Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array, it cut through the self-generated defensive magic array like a hot knife through butter. In front of the frightening energy blade, the defensive magic array that could normally withstand bombardment from an army of Tier 5 players behaved as if it did not even exist. Meanwhile, all of the players in Abyssal Star City couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the scene. Is this how powerful Tier 6 players are? Soundreaver thought. This was the first time she had seen a Tier 6 player in action, and she couldn't help but be greatly shocked. As an advanced city, Abyssal Star City came with a defensive magic array that could withstand continuous bombardment from over 1,000 Tier 5 experts. Without skills and spells specifically designed to break barriers, it would be impossible to break the defensive magic array within a short time. This had already been proven multiple times in the miniature ancient world. Yet, the defensive magic array that had withstood numerous attacks from various hegemonic powers failed to last even one move against Nightmare Chaser. The gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players was magnitudes greater than what she initially thought. Meanwhile, different from Soundreaver, Sherfong remained unfazed in the face of Nightmare Chaser's attack. He didn't even try to evade it, looking like he was simply waiting to receive the Berserker God's judgment. But just when it seemed like the energy blade was about to hit Sherfong, a figure appeared before him, the shield in the person's hand raised to face the energy blade directly. A moment after the shield and energy blade made contact, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout Abyssal Star City. The resulting shockwaves were so powerful that most of the Tier 5 players standing in the plaza were sent flying over 100 yards away. When the dust settled, a large, bottomless fissure could be seen splitting the plaza. Two people could also be seen standing at one end of the fissure, and they were Sherfong and the shield-wielding Inkchilin. They didn't die? What did she do? The various Tier 5 experts situated around the plaza couldn't help but doubt their eyes. There was no doubt Nightmare Chaser's attack carried devastating power. It simply wasn't an attack Tier 5 players like themselves could hope to withstand. This was evident just by looking at Abyssal Star City's fading defensive magic array. Even the slightest contact with this attack could probably reduce a Tier 5 tank to dust. Yet, not only did Inkchilin survive blocking Nightmare Chaser's attack, but the HP she lost from doing so was also inconsequential. How is this possible? Is she really just Tier 5? Riding atop the wyverns loitering above the city, Daybreak and Deathstride were visibly shaken as they looked at Inkchilin. No one knew the might of Nightmare Chaser better than them. Even if Nightmare Chaser was still at Tier 5, the two of them working together would not last more than 3 moves against him. Yet, even though Nightmare Chaser was currently at Tier 6 and wielding the legendary weapon Revenant Blade, Inkchilin didn't even lose 3% of her HP from blocking Nightmare Chaser's attack. How was this even possible? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3451, Chapter 525, Godlike Lineup, Chapter 3451, Chapter 525, Godlike Lineup, Chapter 525, Godlike Lineup, Incredible. This is simply incredible. It felt like I would have been obliterated if I had just touched that energy blade, yet she managed to deflect it. No wonder Guild Leader Black Flame is so relaxed. With such capabilities, she can already fight true Tier 6 players. Lu Wuxing and the others were greatly astonished by Inkchilin's combat capabilities when they saw the fissure that had resulted from Nightmare Chaser's attack getting deflected. At the same time, they couldn't help but put themselves in Inkchilin's shoes and wonder how they would do against Nightmare Chaser's attack. However, no matter how many simulations they ran in their minds, they could only get one result: instant death. The gap between them and Inkchilin was simply massive. Whether it was technique or basic attributes, they were vastly inferior to Inkchilin. Good. We should have a fighting chance now, Hidden Soul thought, hints of expectation and joy coloring her gloomy face when she saw Inkchilin mostly unscathed. Originally, Hidden Soul was already close to falling into despair. After all, she knew the difference between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players. When she was still active on the main continent, the best she could ever do as a Tier 5 player was threaten Tier 6 players. It was a qualitative difference that could not be overcome with numbers alone. Not to mention, Nightmare Chaser wasn't your average Tier 6 player. If it was with her current combat standard, Hidden Soul was confident she could defeat the Tier 6 players she had previously faced on the main continent. However, she had zero confidence she could triumph against Nightmare Chaser. After all, as a 5th floor expert, Nightmare Chaser could sweep the floor with her even if they were at the same tier, let alone having a 1-tier advantage. In a certain sense, the Tier 6 Nightmare Chaser was even more terrifying of a foe than the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe's 50,000-plus Tier 5 experts. But now that Inkchilin had shown herself capable of fending off Nightmare Chaser's attack, it would take a lot of pressure off of Abyssal Star City if she could keep him pinned. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Nightmare Chaser didn't seem all too surprised to see Inkchilin overcome his attack. Not bad. As expected of a vice commander of Scarecrow Fox, Nightmare Chaser praised as he looked at Inkchilin. With how effortlessly you deflected my attack, I can say with certainty that you'll be put onto the Divine Glory list the day you decide to advance to Tier 6. That great commander of yours will have a wide smile on his face when he learns of how much you have improved. You overpraise me, sir, Inkchilin calmly responded as she looked at Nightmare Chaser. If not for the miniature world suppressing you, I wouldn't have been able to deflect your attack so easily. As soon as Inkchilin finished speaking, Hidden Soul and the others couldn't help but gasp. That devastating attack was subjected to the world suppression? Many native players couldn't help but find Inkchilin's words unbelievable. It was especially so for the native players who had seen Tier 6 players in action on the main continent before. They had a very hard time believing that Nightmare Chaser's devastating attack was subjected to any form of suppression. Of the players present, only those who had spent time in the Greater God's domain knew that Inkchilin wasn't lying. Every world in God's domain, be it a main world or a miniature world, had a protection mechanism for native players against foreign players. If players entered a foreign world, they would face a suppression that would increase in strength along with tiers, and the suppression for Tier 6 players was absurdly powerful. This was why most worlds in the Greater God's domain remained under the control of native powers. As Nightmare Chaser wasn't a native player of the miniature ancient world, he would face a 40% suppression to his basic attributes and physique as a foreign Tier 6 player. In other worlds, Nightmare Chaser could only perform at 60% of his peak in the miniature ancient world. Of course, even with his basic attributes and physique suppressed to such a significant extent, he was still far above Tier 5 players in these regards. Meanwhile, after praising Inkchilin, Nightmare Chaser turned to look at Surefoam, who stood behind Inkchilin. It seems you weren't behaving arrogantly without reason, young man, Nightmare Chaser said, chuckling as he stroked his long beard. But I wonder, how will you behave if you have to face 2-tier SXS? Upon hearing Nightmare Chaser's words, the players in Abyssal Star City couldn't help but shudder and think that he must be joking. It was already plenty unbelievable for one Tier 6 player to appear. 2 Tier 6 players? Was that even possible? Nightmare, you old bastard. Couldn't you keep your mouth shut? Suddenly, a man shrouded in black mist appeared next to Nightmare Chaser. As if the mist-shrouded man had always been there, nobody noticed how he arrived next to Nightmare Chaser. At the same time, following the mist-shrouded man's arrival, a terrifying divine might spread across Abyssal Star City, causing everyone to feel as if a hand was gripping their heart. Tier 6. Another Tier 6. Heavens! What in the world is happening here? The Hades Society sending Nightmare Chaser here is already crazy enough. Now, even the Primal Empire has lost its mind and mobilized Wraith Saint. One Step got goosebumps as he looked at the two figures in the sky. Melissa was also visibly shocked by this sudden turn of events. Whether it was Nightmare Chaser or Wraith Saint, both were famous individuals in the Void Sea. Any one of them appearing on the battlefield could cause a great uproar. Yet, now, both of them had entered the miniature ancient world and were working together to besiege a city. Meanwhile, Myriad Spears Daylight and Unsleeping Death Stride smirked when they saw the reactions of the players in Abyssal Star City. Ink Chilin was indeed amazing for being able to slay Heratus and deflect an attack from Nightmare Chaser. But when faced with both Nightmare Chaser and Wraith Saint, what could she do? What do we have for them to mobilize 2 Tier 6 experts? Hidden Soul wryly smiled as she looked at the two figures in the sky, unsure of what the Azura Mercenary Alliance could possibly do to get out of this predicament. As for Lu Wuxing and the others, they thoroughly fell into despair. Young lady from Scarecrow Fox. At this time, Nightmare Chaser suddenly looked at Ink Chilin and smiled, saying, "If you turn away and leave now, I can pretend as if you were never here out of respect for your great commander. You have 3 seconds to consider." When Wraith Saint heard Nightmare Chaser's suggestion, he wasn't particularly surprised. Scarecrow Fox was a powerful adventure team that even the Hades Society would prefer to avoid provoking. Scarecrow Fox's great commander was especially someone to be feared. "Thank you for your goodwill, but please forgive me for refusing it, sir," Ink Chilin said, shaking her head. Then, in an earnest tone, she continued, "At the same time, I would like to advise you that it is not a wise choice to make an enemy out of guild leader Black Flame." "Not a wise choice." Nightmare Chaser laughed. He felt like he had just heard the funniest joke of the century. However, he did not try to argue with Ink Chilin. Instead, he turned to Wraith Saint and said, "I'll keep this girl pinned while you deal with the other kid. We'll show this little girl what wisdom really means." "Fine, but you owe me a favor," Wraith Saint said out of annoyance. "Sure." Nightmare Chaser nodded. When Nightmare Chaser finished speaking, Wraith Saint disappeared and reappeared twice in quick succession, the distance between him and Sherfong shortening significantly with each reappearance. In the meantime, Nightmare Chaser brandished his saber, sending multiple energy blades in Ink Chilin's direction to keep her busy. Many of the various hegemonic powers' executives sighed at this scene. This was because they could tell that Sherfong was doomed this time. However, when Wraith Saint disappeared from everyone's eyes for the 3rd time, several arrows targeted him from multiple directions, forcing him to reappear. Then 2 figures appeared directly in front and behind him, the one in front charging him with a shield while the one in the back swung an axe at him. Boom! The 3 sides separated as soon as they collided. Immediately afterward, Wraith Saint could be seen reappearing nearby, a solemn look on his face as he looked at his 3 new opponents. 3 Golden Masters. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3452. Chapter 526. World-Shaking Battle. Chapter 3452. Chapter 526. World-Shaking Battle. Chapter 526. World-Shaking Battle. Who are you people? Which power are you from? What did Black Flame promise you? Looking at the 3 figures hovering before him, Wraith Saint couldn't help but voice his confusion to calm his restless heart. After all, the 3 new arrivals were simply terrifying. Golden Masters were apex existences in the greater God's domain, and not even apex powers would be willing to offend one without good reason. Yet, now, 3 Golden Masters had appeared before him. Normally, this was something that would only happen in higher wars. What was a higher war? That was a battle that only pseudo-apex powers and above could participate in. Meanwhile, these battles had long been regarded as legends in the greater God's domain. If not for the 3 Golden Masters before him being at Tier 5 and equipped with relatively subpar equipment, he would have probably turned around and fled already. At this moment, Wraith Saint wasn't the only one disturbed by this sudden turn of events. Nightmare Chaser had also stopped his clash with Ink Cheelin and stared at the 3 figures hovering in front of Wraith Saint in shock, confusion, and terror. While the average player might not understand what it meant to be able to fly in the current miniature ancient world, as a veteran Tier 6 expert who had fought in countless battles in the greater God's domain, Nightmare Chaser knew what it meant. Golden Masters. 3 Golden Masters. What kind of sick joke was this? Which power are we from? Promise? Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja couldn't help but be confused when they heard Wraith Saint's questions. Then Desolate Fury nonchalantly answered, "Stop blindly guessing. All 3 of us are members of the Azura Mercenary Alliance." Members of the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Wraith Saint couldn't help but look at the 3 Golden Masters as if they were liars. Before deciding to attack Abyssal Star City, the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe had conducted a thorough investigation on Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance. However, based on their findings, apart from the shimmering Sword Laura crater, everybody else couldn't be considered a noteworthy adversary. Yet, now, 3 Golden Masters had suddenly appeared and declared themselves members of the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Not even a fool would believe their words. When the 2 sides in midair suddenly stopped fighting, both Azura and the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers members couldn't help but be stunned and confused. What's going on? When Midsummer and Wu Xiao saw Wraith Saint and Nightmare Chaser seemingly backing away out of fear, they couldn't help but grow confused. Why do they seem afraid of Commander Fury and the 2 others? Midsummer and Wu Xiao were no stranger to Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja. They had met all 3 in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. As for the trio's strength, while it was true that they were powerful experts, that was only among experts of the same generation operating in the Ancient River Kingdom and its surrounding countries. But compared to powerhouses such as Wraith Saint and Nightmare Chaser, who were famous throughout the greater God's domain, there was still much to be desired from the trio. Yet, Wrath Saint and Nightmare Chaser were now behaving warily against the trio. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, the members of the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers reacted differently from Midsummer and Wu Xiao. It was especially true for Daylight and Deathstride. A force of 3 Golden Masters was no laughing matter. This was more than just a problem of facing 3 powerful experts. Before deciding to fight these 3 individuals, they also needed to determine which powers these individuals represented and whether they could afford to slight these powers. Damn it! Everyone attack! We'll take down Abyssal Star City first! Nightmare Chaser commanded after seeing that the 3 Golden Masters refused to reveal their origins. So what if they have 3 Golden Masters? Do they really think they can stop an army of 50,000? Personally, Nightmare Chaser did not wish to make such a reckless command when they had 3 Golden Masters as opponents. After all, even if these 3 Golden Masters were only Tier 5 players who did not possess a single legendary item, the mobility they could achieve in the miniature ancient world was still far superior to a foreign Tier 6 player like himself. Not to mention, the destructive power the trio previously displayed had undoubtedly reached the Tier 6 standard already. The problem was that they couldn't afford to continue this stalemate. The miniature ancient world was a crucial location for the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe's plans in the Void Sea, and who knew what the powers backing the three Golden Masters were planning. So, rather than wait and see how things played out, the better choice to make would be to eliminate the miniature ancient world's strongest native power, the Azura Mercenary Alliance, as quickly as possible. Once Azura was out of the picture, even if the powers backing the three Golden Masters decided to make a move on the miniature ancient world, they would have difficulty doing so. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Daylight and Death Chaser promptly relayed Nightmare Chaser's command to the army they led. Immediately, dozens of Tier 6 combatants and over 50,000 Tier 5 experts swarmed Abyssal Star City. And because Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array was no longer in operation, nothing stopped the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers members from invading the city. Meanwhile, to prevent the city's destruction, Azura's members had no choice but to step out of the city to meet the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers members in battle. Fortunately, they had the assistance of the city's cannon towers, magic towers, and Tier 4 and Tier 5 NPCs to even the odds to a certain extent. However, this also led to an exceptionally fierce clash between both sides. The battle, involving tens of thousands of Tier 5 existences, shook the land outside Abyssal Star City. On this battlefield, even the fourth-floor experts normally regarded as invincible became insignificant existences, and one mistake could easily lead to their demise. Only the Tier 5 experts with Tier 6 combat power were not afraid of being surrounded and could dominate their surroundings by themselves. As for the other Tier 5 experts, at least 100 of them died every second. Initially, when the various spectating powers saw how the battle was developing, they thought that Abyssal Star City was doomed for destruction. After all, there was a significant difference in numbers between both sides. While both sides might seem evenly matched right now, it remained a fact that Azura had less lasting power than the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Not to mention, Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array was already destroyed. So, it was only a matter of time before Azura's side lost. However, everyone quickly noticed a peculiar situation occurring on the battlefield. A group of 20-plus experts from Zero Wing was cutting across the battlefield like a harvester designed for harvesting players' lives. Not only did every player in this group possess Tier 6 combat power, but they also possessed unbelievably high durability. Even when multiple hostile Tier 6 combatants tried to gang up on one of them, one healer was enough to let the targeted Zero Wing member withstand the combined assault. In contrast, the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers Tier 6 combatants fared as if they were made of paper. When targeted by several of Zero Wing's Tier 6 combatants, they would get killed in seconds, even with multiple healers healing them. However, what astonished everyone the most was Gentle Snow's performance. She fought as if she were a true Tier 6 berserker god on the battlefield, and nobody could last more than one hit against her greatswords. Even when multiple Tier 6 combatants surrounded her, she could still reap a life with every swing of her dual greatswords. In only several minutes, Gentle Snow had claimed the lives of over 1,000 Tier 5 experts. Her strength was so devastating that even Nightmare Chaser had to abandon his fight with Ink Chilin and focus on eliminating Gentle Snow first. Only the outcome of the clash between Gentle Snow and Nightmare Chaser frightened everyone once more. It turned out that the two were evenly matched. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3453, Chapter 527, Number 1 Swordsman's Sword. Chapter 3453, Chapter 527, Number 1 Swordsman's Sword. Chapter 527. Number 1 Swordsman's Sword, as the clash between tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts took place outside Abyssal Star City. The various powers spectating from within the city gained a new understanding of the Azura Mercenary Alliance and Zero Wing. It was especially so for Zero Wing. It should be known that Abyssal Star City was currently facing the combined assault of 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers without the assistance of the city's defensive magic array. If any other power in the miniature ancient world faced such a predicament, their city would quickly fall into ruin and their forces annihilated. Yet, the Azura Mercenary Alliance was evenly matched with the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. No, the Azura Mercenary Alliance wasn't just evenly matched. It was even slowly gaining an advantage under the lead of Zero Wing's 20-plus experts. Incredible! Zero Wing's strength is simply astonishing. Many rumors have speculated that Zero Wing doesn't have any capable experts other than Black Flame. But in reality, Zero Wing is actually a den of monsters. 3 Golden Masters. What kind of origin does Zero Wing's guild leader possess to command such experts? Most of the hegemonic powers operating in the miniature ancient world looked down on the miniature world's native powers, so much so that they wouldn't even bother forming partnerships with them. After all, no matter how powerful a native power was, its strength was only limited to the miniature ancient world. Once the miniature ancient world's native powers set foot into the vast, greater God's domain, be it the various superpowers or the miniature ancient world's #1 power, all would become insignificant existences. Even Black Flame's achievement of getting into the Luminous Glory list was only enough to make the various hegemonic powers feel surprised. It still wasn't enough to get them to put any significance on him. After all, a genius was only a genius. But after today, the hegemonic powers operating in the miniature ancient world had to reevaluate the significance of Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance. A force consisting of 3 Golden Masters and over 20 Tier 5 experts with Tier 6 combat power was one to be wary of in any realm. After all, once these individuals advanced to Tier 6, there was no doubt they could become bona fide powerhouses in the greater God's domain. If all of these individuals reached Tier 6, it might even be enough to elevate Zero Wing and Azura to the status of an upper-ranking hegemonic power. Meanwhile, the opportunity to partner with a future upper-ranking hegemonic power was a huge temptation for any hegemonic power operating in the greater God's domain. This was because an upper-ranking hegemonic power could hold control over resources far beyond the imagination of ordinary hegemonic powers. Meanwhile, to gain access to these resources, one would normally have to join an upper-ranking hegemonic power. The only problem was that in a situation where resources were limited, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers wouldn't casually absorb ordinary hegemonic powers. But it was a different story for a new and emerging upper-ranking hegemonic power. A new upper-ranking hegemonic power would need many affiliated powers to assist its development. It was especially so when it came to the management of territories and recruitment of geniuses. Without the help of affiliated powers, an upper-ranking hegemonic power would have a much more difficult time competing with other upper-ranking hegemonic powers. "We can't continue like this, Nightmare," Wraith Saint hurriedly said when he saw that the casualties on their side had exceeded 10,000 already. "Even if we can win, we'll lose at least 70% of our Tier 5 experts. If we sustain such heavy losses in this critical juncture, we'll have trouble dealing with the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers." While upper-ranking hegemonic powers such as the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe did not consider Tier 5 experts as strategic assets, losing 70% would still be a huge blow to them. This was more than just a matter of losing some levels. Even more important was the loss of weapons and equipment. After all, while Tier 5 experts might not be considered strategic assets, they remain the mainstays of the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Many of these experts owned fragmented legendary items, which were still considered precious items even in the greater God's domain. Even if the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe were upper-ranking hegemonic powers, they would still find it difficult to handle losing tens of thousands of fragmented legendary items all of a sudden. In that case, we'll take away their head first, Nightmare Chaser said as he looked at Surefoam, who is currently operating Abyssal Star City's magic barrier. You still have your doppelganger skill, right? Help me keep the two from Scarecrow Fox busy while I finish that kid. Most cities in God's domain came with two magic arrays. The first was a defensive magic array meant to prevent enemies from invading the city, while the second was a magic barrier meant to buff the city's defenders. If a city's magic barrier had someone actively controlling it, it could grant even greater bonuses to allies. Meanwhile, the presence of these two magic arrays was why it was so difficult to besiege cities in God's domain. Currently, it might seem like the Azura Mercenary Alliance was disadvantaged in numbers, but every one of them received at least a 15% boost to their basic attributes from Abyssal Star City's magic barrier. This allowed Azura's members to surpass their force's basic attributes by a large margin. If not for this buff, Gentle Snow and the others would have never been able to overturn the situation to such a great extent. Okay. Wraith Saint nodded. Immediately, he used his Tier 6 legacy skill, 100 Shadows, instantly splitting into 100 copies of himself. Every copy had 100% of his basic attributes, and they could last up to 1 minute. Of course, as players weren't superhumans, Wraith Saint could only focus on controlling 10 of his doppelgangers, ensuring that each of them had the combat standard of a titled expert. As for his other doppelgangers, they would only be at the Refinement Realm standard. Even so, 100 Shadows still allowed Wraith Saint to become a very tricky opponent to deal with in the Void Sea, and the average Tier 6 Saint could only flee when encountering him. Meanwhile, upon using 100 Shadows, Wraith Saint promptly used his doppelgangers to pin down Ink Chilin and Riverlight, preventing them from saving Sherfone. He also sent some doppelgangers to distract Gentle Snow, stopping her rampage. Kid, let's see who can save you this time. Using the opportunity Wraith Saint created, Nightmare Chaser quickly appeared before Sherfone and summoned hundreds of dead souls from his revenant blade. Every one of these dead souls had the ability to devour souls, and 3 to 5 of them were enough to devour a Tier 5 player's immortal soul completely. Combination Absolute Technique, Soul Slaughter. After summoning the dead souls, Nightmare Chaser promptly used them in conjunction with a combination Absolute Technique, the presence he exuded at this moment causing even a Tier 6 player like Wraith Saint to feel a chill crawl down his back. As for everyone else, they felt as if death had just embraced them. Guild Leader, Dodge It, Hidden Soul, and the others panicked when they saw the dead souls Nightmare Chaser summoned. Even a real Tier 6 player would have difficulty defending themselves against the simultaneous attack of hundreds of dead souls. Not to mention, those dead souls could not be blocked by players. However, just when it seemed like the dead souls were about to devour Sherfone nonchalantly glanced at Nightmare Chaser and unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and Shadow Incinerator. Subsequently, Sherfone split into multiple copies of himself in midair, each copy creating a spiraling river of stars around them that distorted the surrounding space. Gold Combat Technique, Flowing Space, Swords Orbit. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3454, Chapter 528, Unrivaled. Chapter 3454, Chapter 528, Unrivaled. Chapter 528, Unrivaled. TL Notes. Dead Souls - Lost Souls. The hundreds of lost souls summoned by Nightmare Chaser emitted piercing screams above Abyssal Star City's magnificent city walls, causing the Tier 5 players within a 1,000-yard radius to fall into a daze. As for those beneath Tier 4, they fainted on the spot and were forcibly logged out of the game. Evidently, everyone caught within range of the piercing screams had suffered a significant mental blow. What kind of footwork is that? How is he moving so quickly? Is Black Flame crazy? He's really trying to block that kind of attack? Isn't it common sense that souls cannot be physically touched? Does he not even know that? Everyone couldn't help but be confused by Shifeng's actions when they saw him taking the initiative to meet the lost souls in battle. After all, souls in God's domain did not have a physical form, meaning they couldn't be touched. This, in turn, made it difficult for players to harm souls. Meanwhile, when Nightmare Chaser saw Shifeng trying to block his attack, he couldn't help but get the urge to laugh. Soul Slaughter was his trademark move, and he had killed many Tier 6 experts with it. Some of these targets were even Tier 6 saints who were proficient with soul attacks. Yet, all of them had died to this move without exception. The lost souls he summoned might seem like they could only launch soul attacks, but every one of them also carried a saber light. In other words, anyone targeted by his soul slaughter would not only have to face several hundred soul attacks, but they would also have to face several hundred physical attacks simultaneously. So, for Tier 5, Sword Saint to try to defend against the lost souls was no different than suicide. Boom! 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 Thundering explosions echoed throughout Abyssal Star City, one after another. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the hundreds of lost souls did not phase through Shifeng's swords. Instead, the moment they came into the spiraling rivers of stars, they vanished out of existence, like flames getting extinguished. As for the saber lights the lost souls carried, they behaved as if they had collided with an impenetrable wall, and they were the main cause of the explosions that echoed throughout the city. After several hundred explosions, all of the lost souls disappeared, and Shifeng could be seen standing tall in midair. A Golden Master. He's a Golden Master as well. Guild Leader Black Flame is a Golden Master. Daylight and the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers, other members, subconsciously gasped when they saw Shifeng hovering in midair. Even Lu Wuxing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance's other members reacted in a similar manner. Previously, they still didn't understand the significance of being able to fly in the current miniature ancient world. Now, though, they knew that only Tier 6 players and players who had mastered a gold combat technique of the footwork variety could accomplish such a feat. Meanwhile, it should be known that Golden Masters were apex existences in the greater God's domain. The fact that the Azura Mercenary Alliance had 3 Golden Masters was already very astonishing. Yet now it was revealed that Azura had a 4th Golden Master. Not to mention, unlike the 3 other Golden Masters, Shifeng was a native player of the miniature ancient world. Once he got promoted to Tier 6, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he'd become an invincible existence in the miniature ancient world. At that time, no foreign power would be able to do anything about him. I see. So that's why that little girl spoke so highly of you. When Nightmare Chaser saw Shifeng hovering at the same elevation as he was, he quickly remembered the words Inkchilin had previously said to him and came to a realization. But then a hint of madness appeared on his face as he said, "But so what if you're a Golden Master? It still doesn't change the fact that you're only at Tier 5. Today, I'll teach you the difference in tiers." As soon as Nightmare Chaser finished speaking, the intensity of his aura skyrocketed, and his body rapidly grew in size until he became a 5-meter-tall giant. In this state, his every movement caused the surrounding space to collapse, and the divine might he exuded caused everyone apart from Wraith Saint to have difficulty moving. Tier 6 Legacy Skill. Spirit God Transformation. He's fully recovered to his peak state. When Wraith Saint felt Nightmare Chaser's aura, he couldn't help but grow a little envious. Spirit God Transformation was a legacy berserk skill that enhanced Nightmare Chaser's basic attributes by 220%, physique by 100%, 5 senses by 100%, and reaction speed by 100% for 1 minute. With the assistance of this berserk skill, Nightmare Chaser could even out the powerful suppression he faced from the miniature ancient world and exhibit the combat power of a normal Tier 6 player. With the combat power of a normal Tier 6 player and the legendary weapon, Revenant Blade, supporting Nightmare Chaser, not even a Tier 5 Golden Master could survive against him. Subsequently, Nightmare Chaser could be seen casually swinging the Revenant Blade in Shifeng's direction. Immediately afterward, hundreds of Tier 5 players positioned within 1,000 yards of Nightmare Chaser were sent flying and losing more than 1/3 of their maximum HP. As for Shi Feng, the actual target of Nightmare Chaser's attack, he was sent flying over 1,000 yards away, and his HP fell by over 50%. The two swords he wielded also trembled violently as he held them up before him. The difference in strength was obvious at a glance. The two of them were not on the same level at all. "You're still alive?" Nightmare Chaser was a little surprised to see Shi Feng still standing after taking an attack from his normal state. Unable to help himself, he said in a tone of admiration, "I have to say that your defense is really something. However, it's time to end this farce. With the difference in our tiers, you won't survive a second attack from me." "You are right. As a Tier 5 player, I stand no chance against you." After taking a look at the trembling swords in his hands, Shi Feng suddenly sheathed the Shadow Incinerator. Then he looked at Nightmare Chaser and calmly said, "But it'll be a different story if I reach Tier 6. "If you reach Tier 6... Nightmare Chaser smirked at Shi Feng's comment. "Do you think it's that easy to reach Tier 6? There were indeed many ways for players to forcibly elevate their tiers in God's domain, but most of these methods could, at most, elevate players to Tier 5 or grant them combat power at the Tier 6 standard. If players wished to forcibly elevate their tiers to Tier 6, they would need to rely on a fragmented divine artifact at the very least. But how rare were fragmented divine artifacts in the greater God's domain? Reaching Tier 6 is indeed difficult, but I can get infinitely close to it," Shi Feng said, nodding. Then he expended a god crystal to use Ancient Dragon's power to upgrade the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank. Holy Mana's Shadow. Immediately, a vast amount of holy power and mana flowed out of the Winter of Eternal Night and into Shi Feng's body. Then, these two types of energies began reconstructing Shi Feng's body, increasing its size. 3 meters, 5 meters, 9 meters. Shi Feng's body kept growing until it reached 20 meters in height. At the same time, holy patterns appeared all over his body, and complex magic arrays that emitted a sacred glow appeared in his eyes. At first glance, it looked as if a deity from ancient times had descended onto the mortal world. "Now, let's start the second round. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3455. Chapter 529, Pseudo-Advanced Law Projection. Chapter 3455. Chapter 529, Pseudo-Advanced Law Projection. Chapter 529, Pseudo-Advanced Law Projection, a transformation skill? "You have indeed become much stronger," Nightmare Chaser said as he looked at Shi Feng's enlarged body. "But so what? You still aren't a Tier 6 player." As soon as Nightmare Chaser finished speaking, an illusory world suddenly formed around him, and his divine might started to cause the space within a 10,000-yard radius to tremble. All Tier 5 players caught within Nightmare Chaser's divine might froze as if their bodies were restrained, while most Tier 4 players fell into a daze. Only a very small number of strong-willed Tier 4 players could remain clear-minded. Along with the appearance of the illusory world, Nightmare Chaser's divine might had undoubtedly undergone a qualitative transformation. "What a powerful law projection!" Ink Qilin mentally exclaimed as she looked at Nightmare Chaser. She, too, had her mobility largely affected by Nightmare Chaser's divine might. Was he not fighting seriously at all just now? Apart from a difference in life rating and basic attributes, another major factor that set Tier 5 and Tier 6 players apart was the ability of Tier 6 players to use law projection via their divine bodies. A law projection was like the mana domain of a Tier 4 player. Only a law projection was formed with a divine body as its core, and it could rewrite the operating laws of a specific area with its own unique laws. So a law projection was vastly stronger than a mana domain. Even a Tier 5 player capable of using world creation could only mitigate some of the effects of a Tier 6 player's law projection. Of course, not all Tier 6 players' law projection was of the same strength. Weaker law projections could be completely neutralized by a Tier 5 player's world creation, while strong and complete law projection could make it so that Tier 5 players couldn't even use world creation. Meanwhile, Nightmare Chaser's law projection was clearly very strong. This was because Inkchilin could only mitigate a small portion of its suppressing effects with her world creation, and her combat power was reduced by over 70%, a pseudo-advanced law projection. As expected of Nightmare Chaser, Wraith Saint couldn't help but be in awe when he felt the suppression coming from the formless laws around him. He has probably already mastered 3 basic laws to create such a powerful law projection. If he can perfectly combine all 3, he'll have a true advanced law projection in his hands. As a veteran Tier 6 expert in the Greater Gods domain, Wraith Saint knew much more about law projections than Tier 5 and Tier 6 players of the younger generation. Not only did he know about the strength category surrounding law projections, but he also had a detailed understanding of how players could develop their law projections. A pseudo-advanced law projection? Sherfong also couldn't help but look at Nightmare Chaser, feeling a little surprised when he felt the frightening pressure coming from his surroundings. When players advanced to Tier 6, the law projections they could form would differ, depending on the laws they had learned. Over 90% of newly promoted Tier 6 players wouldn't have even one basic law mastered, so their law projections would be naturally formed by their divine bodies and considered the weakest variety. Such law projections could be completely neutralized by the world creations of Tier 5 players. As for saints, they were individuals who had fully mastered the operating principles of at least one basic law. So, even if a saint was newly promoted to Tier 6, they could create a powerful law projection that could easily suppress Tier 5 players' world creations. As for pseudo-advanced law projections, their formation required complete mastery over 3 basic laws. The saint-ranked experts who could accomplish such a feat were few and far between. Moreover, so long as these players could combine the 3 basic laws they mastered, they could form an advanced law projection. At that time, they could even suppress the formation of newly promoted Tier 6 players' naturally occurring law projections, let alone Tier 5 players' world creations. Advanced law projections were so powerful that a Tier 6 player with an advanced law projection and a legendary weapon could kill a Tier 6 god by themselves. Although Nightmare Chaser's law projection had yet to reach the advanced standard, his achievement of reaching the pseudo-advanced standard was still one that many Tier 6 saint-ranked experts could only dream of attaining. "It seems you know quite a lot about law projections," Nightmare Chaser commented when he heard Sherfong accurately identify his law projection's rank. Then he proudly continued, "That's right. I mastered my 3rd basic law only a few years ago. You are the first person in this miniature world to have forced me to reveal this card, so you can die with pride." After saying so, Nightmare Chaser disappeared from everyone's vision before reappearing behind Sherfong, the revenant blade in his hand transforming into a streak of light as it targeted the back of Sherfeng's neck. Nightmare Chaser's speed was so fast that most of the Tier 5 players present couldn't even react to his attack. Boom! A loud explosion echoed throughout Abyssal Star City, and the resulting shockwaves reduced the city's sturdy walls into rubble. In the direction of the Revenant Blade's advance, a large fissure had also appeared on the ground several thousand yards away, the fissure causing the island that Abyssal Star City sat on to lose a small corner. Amidst everyone's shock, though, the Revenant Blade could be seen scraping against a sword, their friction causing sparks to fly in all directions. He blocked it. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes bulged when they saw Sherfong successfully stopping the Revenant Blade without taking any damage. Wraith Saint, in particular, couldn't help but gawk at this sight. Did I hold back too much? Nightmare Chaser was a little confused when he saw how easily Sherfong had blocked his attack. However, he didn't fuss over it too much as he hadn't been serious with his attack just now. After all, in his opinion, no Tier 5 player should be able to stop his attack when suppressed by his law projection. Immediately, Nightmare Chaser began raining a series of attacks on Shifeng with his Revenant Blade. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions echoed throughout the entire island. The shockwaves of the explosions annihilating the Tier 4 players caught within a few thousand yards of the explosion's epicenter. For a time, it looked like the apocalypse had come for Abyssal Star City. However, despite Nightmare Chaser's rampant attacks, he failed to do a single point of damage to Shifeng. The only thing he managed to accomplish was deforming the surrounding terrain and all the surviving players down below. What did you do? Nightmare Chaser's emotions quickly went from calm to bewilderment after seeing Shifeng block dozens of his moves without taking any damage. Why aren't you affected by my law projection? If both of them had similar basic attributes, it would be understandable for their clash to yield no results. However, he had a pseudo-advanced law projection empowering him. Even a Tier 6 tank with similar basic attributes would have already fallen after blocking so many of his attacks, let alone a Tier 5 Sword Saint. The only explanation Nightmare Chaser could think of for this situation was that Shifeng was unaffected by his law projection. But it was simply unheard of for a Tier 5 player to be able to ignore the effects of a pseudo-advanced law projection. Isn't it just a pseudo-advanced law projection? Why are you making it sound like it cannot be resisted? Shifeng nonchalantly responded. Then, an illusory world formed around him, causing the surrounding space to collapse and distort. A pseudo-advanced law projection. How is this possible? Nightmare Chaser became dumbfounded as he looked at the collapsed space around Shifeng. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3456. Chapter 530. Legend reemerges. Chapter 3456. Chapter 530. Legend reemerges. Chapter 530. Legend reemerges as Shifeng hovered in midair. The space caught within the illusory world he summoned repeatedly collapsed and mended itself, and this illusory world continuously expanded as time went on. In just 3 seconds, the illusory world had already covered a radius of several thousand yards, and it actively butted heads with Nightmare Chaser's illusory world. He also has a pseudo-advanced law projection. Incredible! He actually reached Tier 6. That's not the point. This is a pseudo-advanced law projection we are talking about. The formation of one requires complete mastery over 3 basic laws. Not only is Black Flame a Golden Master, but he has also mastered 3 basic laws at such a young age. Is he a monster? Many of the various ordinary hegemonic powers executives and upper-ranking hegemonic powers experts were greatly shocked to see Shifeng's law projection matching Nightmare Chaser's law projection in strength. Although the strength categorization of law projections was a secret to most Tier 5 and Tier 6 players, executives of ordinary hegemonic powers and experts of upper-ranking hegemonic powers could still find out about it, so long as they were well connected. Meanwhile, it should be known that law projections were different from gold combat techniques. The use of law projections required players to have sufficient understanding and control over the magical elements, while the use of gold combat techniques required players to have sufficient understanding and control over their bodies. The two couldn't even be put in the same category. Normally, just being able to master one of these 2 things to a high standard could already put a player at the greater god's domain's apex. As for mastering both, that was something most players didn't even dare to dream of accomplishing. It seems the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers are in trouble, One Step said as he looked at the 2 godlike existences clashing above Abyssal Star City. Black Flame is just too strong. If this stalemate continues, even if the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers can win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. By the time the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers are ready to mobilize their experts, the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe will lose their ability to compete for the miniature ancient world. No wonder the desolate Star Corporation's successor, Maria, insisted on partnering with Zero Wing at all costs, Melissa said, nodding in agreement with one step. At the same time, she couldn't help but grow a little envious of Maria's insightful decision. Now that Abyssal Star City has Black Flame defending it, so long as the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers aren't crazy, they will try to avoid fighting Black Flame as much as possible. And with Abyssal Star City's status in the miniature ancient world, it won't have trouble making star coins in the future. Star coins were indispensable to any power or corporation operating in the real world. They were especially important in the cultivation of geniuses. After all, God's domain's resources were not enough to offer geniuses comprehensive growth. They would also need to complement these in-game resources with real-world resources, such as potions. Meanwhile, these real-world resources cost a lot of star coins. Without sufficient star coins, no matter how powerful a power was in God's domain, its future achievements would be limited. There were even many examples of promising powers with meteoric rises disappearing from God's domain because they lacked the channels to earn star coins. Now that the miniature ancient world had become a rest stop in the void sea for multiple realms, any player operating nearby would definitely choose to enter the miniature ancient world and rest in its cities. After all, there were very few places for players to rest in the void sea, and fortresses in the void sea were always overcrowded. Once the void sea's players started entering the miniature ancient world, the guild cities situated near the miniature ancient world's entrance were bound to be the first choice for these players to visit. At that time, even if these guild cities only charged an entrance fee of 10 or 20 star coins, they could still make a killing. They might even be more profitable than the fortresses found in the Void Sea by virtue of guild cities being larger than fortresses. While the players in Abyssal Star City were in shock, Nightmare Chaser suddenly distanced himself from Sure Foam. "You are very strong, Guild Leader Black Flame. All of us have underestimated you," Nightmare Chaser said, offering praise to Sure Foam without reservation. "With your strength, you are qualified to occupy a portion of the miniature ancient world. If you are willing to cooperate with us, I can promise you on behalf of the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe that we will not only have a truce but also return Withered Sea City to you. I am sure you are aware that neither of us will benefit from continuing this battle. It will only benefit the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers that will come in the future. The wisest choice to make here would be for us to cooperate." Many players were surprised by Nightmare Chaser's sudden proposal. Both sides had already fought to such an extent, yet Nightmare Chaser was now taking the initiative to offer not only a ceasefire but also a partnership. However, everyone also understood why Nightmare Chaser had made such a decision. Whether it was the previous Zero Wing or the Azura Mercenary Alliance, neither was qualified to occupy a portion of the miniature ancient world. However, all of that changed following Black Flame's appearance. Meanwhile, be it in the real world or in God's domain, there were no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. You were the ones to pick a fight, yet you are now talking about cooperating? Aren't you people thinking too highly of yourselves? Sure Foam coldly said as he looked at Nightmare Chaser. "You'd better think it through, Guild Leader Black Flame," Nightmare Chaser calmly said. "If you think we are afraid of you, then you are dead wrong. You should be aware that no good would come out of a fight between our two sides. If I want to, I can even eliminate everyone here except you. At that time, neither Zero Wing nor Azura can continue surviving in the miniature ancient world." Nightmare Chaser's words were full of arrogance, but nobody present refuted him. This was because his words were the truth. Apart from Sure Foam, nobody else present could survive against Nightmare Chaser. Rather than say that this battle was a fight between several powers, it'd be more accurate to say that it was a fight between two individuals. Is that so? Sure Foam suddenly laughed. "Let's see you try it, then." Immediately, dozens of Feng's doppelgangers appeared around Nightmare Chaser. These were the products of flowing spaces, second step, phantom body. Under the effects of Holy Mana's shadow, Feng could finally use the gold combat techniques, second stage, elevating his mobility to a whole new level. Meanwhile, although Feng's law projection was not as large as Nightmare Chaser's, he still managed to suppress Nightmare Chaser's law projection for an instant, weakening the bonuses the Berserker God received. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Boom! Endless flames enveloped the sky above Abyssal Star City, instantly breaking the stalemate between Feng and Nightmare Chaser. Moreover, because Nightmare Chaser failed to defend himself in time, and because Holy Annihilation's attack was omnidirectional, the Berserker God ended up taking a direct hit and lost 6% of his HP. My law projection is being suppressed? Nightmare Chaser was greatly confused when he experienced Feng's sudden increase in combat power. Even if it was only an instant, his pseudo-advanced law projection had still been suppressed, resulting in an imbalance in strength between both sides. Die. Feng didn't give Nightmare Chaser any time to think as he continued executing Flowing Space and Holy Annihilation, repeatedly plundering the Berserker God's HP. In God's domain, mastering and combining 3 basic laws wasn't the only way to form an advanced law projection. If players mastered an advanced law, they could similarly form an advanced law projection once they reached Tier 6. In his previous life, Feng had mastered more than one advanced law. Although he couldn't form an advanced law projection due to him lacking a Tier 6 divine body, the law projection he formed with the help of Holy Mana's shadow still wasn't something that a pseudo-advanced law projection could completely neutralize. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Every attack Feng executed took away some of Nightmare Chaser's HP. Although Nightmare Chaser tried desperately to evade Feng's attacks in the hopes that he could drag out the fight until Feng's Holy Mana's shadow ran out, he was simply no match for Feng when it came to mobility. As a result, he could only watch as his HP plummeted. On the 17th attack, Nightmare Chaser's HP fell to 0, marking the death of a Tier 6 Berserker God. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3457. Chapter 531, Sword God's Sword. Chapter 3457. Chapter 531, Sword God's Sword. Chapter 531. Sword God's Sword in the vast Greater God's domain. Any Tier 6 player could be considered a powerhouse worthy of managing a stronghold. However, it was a different story for Tier 6 experts capable of ruling over a fortress in the Void Sea. These individuals were apex existences of their respective realms, and the various powers would try to avoid provoking them as much as possible. Because of this, Tier 6 experts who were capable of managing fortresses in the Void Sea would rarely get killed. Several years could go by without even one of these experts dying. Meanwhile, the Hades Society's Nightmare Chaser had been challenged by countless Tier 6 experts over the decades he managed the Hades Society's Devil Fortress. However, not once had he ever been defeated, let alone killed. He was akin to a legend in the Hades Society. Yet, now, this legend of the Hades Society had been killed in a miniature world. When the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers members attacking Abyssal Star City saw this, all of them fell silent as they watched Nightmare Chaser's body fall from the sky. For a time, they even forgot to continue fighting. Lord Chaser got killed. This must be a lie. Nightmare Chaser's been undefeated for decades. How can he get killed just like that? The 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers members couldn't accept Nightmare Chaser's death. It was especially so for the Hades Society's members. They could accept Nightmare Chaser's defeat, as there were countless experts in the Greater God's domain. Not to mention, situations where the younger generations surpassed the older generations often occurred. However, What they couldn't accept was Nightmare Chaser getting killed by someone of a lower tier. He transcended tiers to kill Nightmare Chaser. Did I just bear witness to the birth of a legend? River Light of Scarecrow Fox was greatly shocked when he saw Nightmare Chaser's corpse hitting the ground. It could already be considered a legendary feat for a Tier 5 player to kill a Tier 6 player, let alone a Tier 6 player of Nightmare Chaser's caliber. What Sherfong just accomplished was already beyond legendary. At this time, even Ink Cheelin was at a loss for words. Previously, Ink Cheelin had only thought of getting closer to Sherfong because of his ability to summon a Tier 6 War Goddess. After all, a Tier 6 War Goddess was an opponent that even pseudo-Apex powers would not dare to provoke. The assistance of a Tier 6 War Goddess could also yield incredible results in the exploration of the underground Crystal Palace. Moreover, apart from having the ability to summon a Tier 6 War Goddess, Sherfong also seemed to be more knowledgeable about the underground Crystal Palace than even pseudo-Apex powers. Hence, Ink Cheelin resolved herself to form a connection with Sherfong. At that time, Scarecrow Fox could purchase useful information from Sherfong and secure some advantages in the competition over the secret land. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from. But now it appeared that Sherfang's potential far exceeded her expectations. Even without relying on the Tier 6 War Goddess, Sherfong could easily secure himself a place in the underground Crystal Palace just by relying on himself and the 3 Golden Masters he commanded. The 4 of them alone might even be able to compete with the various pseudo-Apex powers. Guild leader Black Flame is so strong, Reaver. Even that Tier 6 Berserker God is no match for him. The young female knight standing next to Sound Reaver exclaimed, "Victory is on our side for sure now." Is this the strength of the former #1 swordsman? Sound Reaver wondered as she stared at Sherfang's figure standing proudly in midair. Previously, Sound Reaver had been confident she could catch up to Sherfong. But now, she didn't even know how long it would take her just to get to Nightmare Chaser standard, let alone catch up to Sherfong. Suddenly, Sound Reaver understood why. Despite Sherfong having missed the most important 4 months of development in Miniature Ancient World, Azura's executives, such as Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaiwe, would still hold him in such high regard. At the same time, Zero Wings and Azura's members cheered in celebration. After all, not only did Sherfang's victory signify their victory in this battle, but it also meant that Zero Wing would become officially recognized as a powerful guild in the Miniature Ancient World. As for the Azura Mercenary Alliance, it would become capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. After this battle, Azura's members would no longer have to fear the various foreign powers and could develop in peace in the Miniature Ancient World. After all, they had someone capable of slaying Tier 6 experts on their side. Unless the various foreign powers were willing to make big sacrifices, how many Tier 6 experts could they possibly afford to mobilize into the Miniature Ancient World? Damn it! Everyone, retreat to Withered Sea City immediately. Wraith Saint commanded with gritted teeth when he saw Nightmare Chasers fall. Hearing this, Daylight, Deathstride, and the 6 other surviving Tier 6 combatants of the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers briefly exchanged glances before each taking out a silver crystal half the size of a person. Then they began pouring their mana into their respective crystals. Immediately, a teleportation ring encompassing a 1,000-yard radius appeared around each of the 8 players, forcibly teleporting all of their allies away. A large group teleportation crystal. They even prepared such a strategic item. One Step couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he saw how the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers members disappeared from the battlefield. Group teleportation crystals were already worth a ton in the Greater God's domain due to their rarity, each being as valuable as a fragmented legendary weapon. Above them were large group teleportation crystals, and not only were they rarer than legendary items, but each of them was as valuable as a legendary item. Normally, A veteran hegemonic power would only have several large group teleportation crystals in storage, and they would never use them unless their continued existence was threatened. Yet now, the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers had used a combined total of 8 large group teleportation crystals. How wealthy of these people! Inkchilan was also astonished by the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers' extravagance. After all, large group teleportation crystals were consumable items. What the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers just did was no different than burning 8 legendary items. Even a mighty adventure team like Scarecrow Fox would wince at such a loss. Of course, Inkchilan could understand why the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers made such a costly decision. If the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe were to lose all of their Tier 5 experts in this battle, the losses they would suffer would be far greater than just 8 legendary items. It was one thing to lose tens of thousands of fragmented legendary items. It was a whole other matter to lose their qualifications to compete over the miniature ancient world. That was a loss the three powers could never accept. Escape? When Shifeng saw the army of Tier 5 players disappear, he focused his gaze on the 8 fading teleportation arrays in the sky. Do you think you can escape in front of a great Grandmaster Magician? After taking a deep breath, Shifeng raised the winter of eternal night and swung it at the 8 fading teleportation arrays. Radiant night. Sword's orbit. Immediately, hundreds of sword lights as dark as night surged into the teleportation arrays. Then, they merged with the teleportation arrays and vanished without a trace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3458. Chapter 532, Frightened Withered Sea City. Chapter 3458. Chapter 532, Frightened Withered Sea City. Chapter 532, Frightened Withered Sea City. Sea. Withered Sea City. Amidst the glow of the setting sun, flying mounts could be seen flying across the blue sky above Withered Sea City, and hundreds of ships could be seen coming and going from the city's port at every given moment. Many of the players riding on these flying mounts and ships were foreign players visiting the miniature ancient world to rest, and their arrival brought life and laughter to the extremely dangerous Dead Ash Sea. The Hades Society sure lucked out. Not only were they the first to discover this miniature world, but their fortress in the Void Sea is even located near this place. So long as they're willing to invest some mana stones and 7 luminaries crystals, they can quickly mobilize a large number of Tier 5 players here. The Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Saintess, who is now a level 158, Tier 5 player, said enviously as she looked at the crowded port. The fee to enter Withered Sea City is 30 star coins. There are a minimum of 300,000 players coming here to rest from the Void Sea every day, so that's nearly 10 million star coins of pure profit every day. If I can make that much money every day for 10 days, I can already retire and enjoy life. 100 million star coins? Are you living in a dream? Glorious Mantra, who is now a level 157, Tier 5 player, said with a look of disdain, "With our standards, unless we advance to Tier 6, the most we can make within our lifetimes is 20 or 30 million. It's a pity we got eliminated from the rookie competition by Black Flame," Silent Saintess said with a sigh. "Otherwise, we would have similarly had a chance to enter the Eternal Realm. If we can get a head start there, we can easily make a couple 100 million. We wouldn't have to explore the dangerous Void Sea in search of ruins and treasures. We also wouldn't have to get exploited by the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Because of her failure to secure a spot in the Galaxy Corporation's invitational competition, she had no choice but advance to Tier 5 and team up with the Red Star Kingdom's Glorious Mantra and the Iron Lion Kingdom's Martial Quad Beast to explore the Void Sea. Stop bringing it up. We can only consider ourselves unlucky for coming across a luminous glory expert," Martial Quad Beast said, sighing. "Rather than reopening old wounds, we should focus on recovering our stamina and concentration as soon as possible. More and more experts are migrating to our part of the Void Sea because of this miniature ancient world, so we should hurry up and explore our region. That way, we can explore even farther areas before those other Tier 5 experts arrive. Silent Saintess and Glorious Mantra nodded. Then, the trio made their way to Withered Sea City's central district. While the three of them might be titled experts, their strength only held significance in the various kingdoms and empires. In the Void Sea, where experts from various realms gathered, titled experts were relatively common. Not to mention, the Void Sea was mainly the domain of Tier 6 players. Withered Sea City, Central District. When Silent Saintess, Glorious Mantra, and Martial Quadbeast arrived at the bustling Central District, they were immediately greeted by a shocking spectacle. At this moment, tens of thousands of radiant lights suddenly descended upon the central plaza, the descent of every streak of light bringing with it a frightening aura. Evidently, all of these players who had just teleported into the city were Tier 5 players. Moreover, many of these Tier 5 players were 4th floor experts and titled experts. They also wore the guild emblems of the Hades Society, Primal Empire, or Sacred Tribe. When these tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts appeared together, the terrifying aura they emanated caused Silent Saintess's group of 3 to shudder in fear. What's going on? Why did so many Tier 5 experts suddenly appear together? All of these players are from the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe. Could the 3 powers have banded together? What? Did you just find out about it now? I heard that the 3 powers had joined forces to attack Abyssal Star City and are planning to thoroughly exterminate the Azura Mercenary Alliance, the alliance created by the Azura Sword Emperor Black Flame. I also heard that Black Flame has recently returned, so it must have been a battle of epic proportions. They went to exterminate Azura. Why are they back, then? When the players resting in the restaurants surrounding the central plaza saw the sudden arrival of the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers experts, they couldn't help but grow curious and start a discussion among themselves. Black Flame, Silent Saintess's group of 3 also had their interests piqued when they overheard the discussions of the players around them. That person actually comes from this miniature world. Black Flame, the Azura Sword Emperor, had already become a legendary figure in the ancient River Kingdom and its surrounding countries. He had appeared very suddenly in the ancient River Kingdom and proceeded to defeat numerous paragons in the kingdom's rookie competition. But after becoming the rookie competition's champion, he disappeared just as suddenly as he appeared. Then, just when everyone thought Black Flame had been eliminated by some power targeting him, his name suddenly appeared on the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Luminous Glory list, exciting countless players in the ancient River Kingdom and the players who had fought Black Flame in the past. However, Silent Saintess's group of 3 didn't think they would hear Black Flame's name again after entering the Void Sea, much less hear about him clashing against 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Withered Sea City, Central Plaza. Thank goodness Black Flame didn't react in time. Wraith Saint breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw that all of the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe surviving Tier 5 experts made it back to Withered Sea City alive. For a moment there, he was truly worried that Sherfong would react fast enough and kill the players activating the large group teleportation crystals. If those teleportation crystals failed to activate, their 3 powers would have had to suffer catastrophic losses in the miniature ancient world. Black Flame is too conceited. He probably thought that we never considered the possibility of failure, Myriad Spears Daylight said, laughing. Now that we managed to conserve over 70% of our Tier 5 players, we just need to wait for more Tier 6 players to appear. Then we can go back and take care of Zero Wing and Azura. Death Stride, the Unsleeping Death, and the other Tier 6 combatants of the 3 powers also laughed and nodded. The miniature ancient world's world passage had only opened not long ago, so foreign powers such as the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe had yet to start exerting their strength. Once more of their Tier 5 paragons got promoted to Tier 6, it wouldn't matter how heaven-defying Sure Foam was. Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance would still be doomed. After all, their three powers had far more resources to create Tier 6 players than Zero Wing and Azura did. The three upper-ranking hegemonic powers were defeated. Silent Saintess, Glorious Mantra, and Martial Quad Beast were stunned when they overheard Daylight's words. Upper-ranking hegemonic powers were apex existences in the Starlight Realm. They were vastly superior to ordinary hegemonic powers, and each of them controlled over a dozen empires and dozens of kingdoms. If three upper-ranking hegemonic powers banded together, even conglomerates would have to tread carefully around them. Yet, now they were defeated by the alliance created by Black Flame. However, just as the members of the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers were joyfully deriding Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance, the sky above Withered Sea City suddenly changed. The next moment, hundreds of dark sword lights suddenly descended from the teleportation passage situated within the city's defensive magic array, each one carrying irresistible might. Even Tier 5 players, standing thousands of yards away, felt an instinctive fear when they felt the power coming from these sword lights. Before anyone could react, the hundreds of sword lights fell onto the crowded central plaza and transformed into a brilliant river of stars that was encompassed by a dark void. Then the miniature galaxy disappeared, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. What just happened? Where did everyone go? Tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts are gone just like that. What is up with those sword lights? Those are definitely the attacks of a Tier 6 existence. And how did those attacks come through the teleportation passage? Did a Tier 6 NPC make a move? Apart from fear, the players resting around the central plaza were also filled with confusion. The central plaza had been fine just a moment ago. Yet, not only was it suddenly attacked, but the attack had come through a teleportation passage, directly bypassing Withered Sea City's defensive magic array. Such a situation was simply unheard of. Meanwhile, in a corner of the central plaza, Silent Saintess, Glorious Mantra, and Martial Quad Beast felt shivers crawl down their spines. This was because they were incredibly familiar with the attack that had just annihilated the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers Tier 5 army. Is the system playing a joke on us? Silent Saintess dazedly muttered as she stared at the fading sword lights. She would never mistake those sword lights. Those were the sword lights of the Azura Sword Emperor, and they were the product of the combat technique that previously killed her in the rookie competition. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3459, Chapter 533, Updated Sacred Glory List. Chapter 3459, Chapter 533, Updated Sacred Glory List. Chapter 533, Updated Sacred Glory List. Boundary C. Abyssal Star City. A day had passed since the defensive siege took place in Abyssal Star City. By now, most of the city's infrastructure had been restored, and many shops, hotels, and restaurants had resumed operating normally. Not only did Abyssal Star City not fall into depression, but it had become even more bustling than before. Originally, Abyssal Star City would only see daily traffic of about 10 million players. Moreover, most of it would consist of native players. Now, though, not only did the city's player traffic increase multiple times, but most of it also consisted of foreign players. Many foreign powers had even decided to make Abyssal Star City their base of operations. Meanwhile, all this was due to the shocking event in Withered Sea City yesterday. Is that where the Azura Sword Emperor lives? A level 160, Tier 5, Sword Saint of the Blood Elf race muttered as she looked at the majestic guild residence in the distance. The elven Sword Saint was 2 meters tall, and she wore the guild emblem of Azure Fong, a pseudo-apex power in the greater god's domain. When this elven Sword Saint walked down the street, many foreign experts would take the initiative to make way for her. Even fifth-floor experts famous in the void sea dared not get close to her. Why is Azure Fong's Saintess here? Has Azure Fong lost its mind? I heard Azure Fong's Saintess recently constructed an advanced, epic divine body and can get promoted into a Tier 6 sword god anytime. Azure Fong has even prepared to appoint her as its third vice guild leader. Why would such a big shot appear in this place? It is indeed strange. While the miniature ancient world might be a gold mine, it shouldn't hold much appeal to a pseudo-apex power like Azure Fong. You can't say that. After all, the miniature ancient world is a meeting point for multiple realms. There might not be many visitors now, but once news of the miniature ancient world spreads, tons of profits can be gained. With Abyssal Star City's current location and facilities, its revenue will be considerable even for a pseudo-apex power. Not to mention, quite a few powers currently have their eyes on Abyssal Star City. Even if Black Flame is strong, he will probably have trouble dealing with all of them. If Azure Fong steps up now, so long as Black Flame is smart, he will choose to partner with Azure Fong for protection. In exchange, Azure Fong will get some extra income without having to make too big of an investment. The various powers experts started a hushed discussion among themselves when they saw Azure Fong's Saintess making her way to Zero Wing's residence. Initially, the various foreign powers operating in the miniature ancient world were given a huge fright when they learned of the decimation of the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe's Tier 5 army in Withered Sea City. After all, the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers' Tier 5 army was composed of tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts, as well as the Tier 6 Wraith Saint. Yet, all of these experts were killed in the middle of Withered Sea City, and nobody knew who was responsible for the slaughter. It should be known that the Hades Society had invested a ton into Withered Sea City so as to solidify its foothold in the miniature ancient world, going as far as to set up a great Grandmaster defensive magic array for the city immediately after capturing it from the Azura Mercenary Alliance. This put the city's defensive capabilities on par with the Void Sea's fortresses. Meanwhile, even 100 Tier 6 experts attacking together would need a long time to break through such a powerful defensive magic array under normal circumstances. Yet, someone had managed to bypass the defensive magic array and annihilate tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts, all within an instant. Never in their dreams would the various powers dare to imagine such a situation happening. However, it was a fact that such an incident had taken place. So how could the various powers not be frightened? But after the various powers probed around, they discovered something even more frightening. The culprit behind this incident was none other than Black Flame, the founder behind the two organizations targeted by the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe. Despite being only a Tier 5 Sword Saint, Black Flame had transcended tiers to slay the Tier 6 Nightmare Chaser. After that, he even utilized the teleportation arrays of the large group teleportation crystals used by the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers to escape to annihilate the three powers Tier 5 army. Both achievements sounded like they came straight out of a fantasy. As a result of these achievements, Black Flame had thoroughly become a thorn in the eyes of the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. The various upper-ranking hegemonic powers had even secretly joined forces with the intention of eliminating Black Flame first before competing for the miniature ancient world. Inside a high-class bar in Abyssal Star City, many executives of ordinary hegemonic powers were currently gathered here to exchange information and form alliances. They were doing so to resist the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and survive in the miniature ancient world. One step, Melissa. Aren't your guilds a little too crazy? Why did you decide to join Azura at this critical juncture? Are you not afraid of those upper-ranking hegemonic powers' retaliation? A level 160, Tier 5 Shield Warrior said, expressing his confusion when he saw the two people before him wearing the Azura Mercenary Alliance's emblem. It is indeed risky, but as the saying goes, A friend who helps you when you are in need is better than one that congratulates you when you are successful, One Step said before taking a sip of wine. Though, despite how calmly he spoke, the hint of worry in his eyes betrayed his calmness. Divine Hunter's and Morning Light's decision to join the Azura Mercenary Alliance was honestly a huge gamble. After all, once they lost the bet, they would permanently lose access to the miniature ancient world. However, One Step did not regret his decision to push Divine Hunters into this decision, as he had personally witnessed Black Flame's growth. He firmly believed that if Divine Hunters did not join the Azura Mercenary Alliance now, they would come to regret it in the future. Risky? Is that so? Melissa suddenly grinned as if she had just heard a funny joke. One Step. Our guilds have hit the jackpot this time. What jackpot? One Step looked at Melissa in confusion. In response, Melissa glanced at One Step with a rare hint of fervor in her eyes and said, "A friend of mine who's in the Seven Luminaries Alliance just messaged me that the Sacred Glory list has just been updated. Who do you think got onto the Sacred Glory list this time?" "It's probably Guild Leader Black Flame, right?" One Step nonchalantly answered. With his ability to transcend tears, it's only normal for him to get onto the Sacred Glory list. But even if he does get onto the Sacred Glory list, I doubt the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers will give up on targeting him. You've guessed correctly. Guild Leader Black Flame did make it into the Sacred Glory list this time, Melissa said, smiling at One Step's nonchalance. But do you know what new title the Seven Luminaries Alliance has given to him? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.